Welcome back to episode 4 of Legends on Legends, where I'm interviewing other content creators to talk about this game that we've all put so much time into. And today we have Vincenzo. How you going?
Yeah, doing good. Like I just said, I did have to sit in traffic because I was dropping my brother off at his house because we hung out, had several drinks, so I had to take him back home.
Yeah. Happens to the best
Yeah,
of us.
yeah. But yeah,
um,
I'm having a great day.
nice. Do you want to start off by jumping into some gameplay, or do you want to start off talking about custom cards?
We can start with some games so I can get back into the groove of things.
Sounds good. Yeah, I just realised I've been ignoring your friend request, but I'll fix that.
All good. I
Sweet.
think you've been sitting on it for like 3 days.
Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Let's jump in with this one. So you've had to take a bit of a break from making videos for a while,
Yep.
just due to like life stuff, right?
Was there a question there? I don't know if it
Oh,
cut out.
sorry. Just due to like life stuff, basically, right?
Yeah, so I went to a training for like my job, and that took like 3 months, and I was like not home. I was able to bring my computer and I was able to play the game, but like I was sharing a room with like two other people, so not the most ideal time to like be recording like usually ever.
Yeah.
Um, and then with that, because I'm in the military, so like I graduate out of that school and then I go somewhere else, and then I had a very big like issue with getting here.
Hmm.
um just because sometimes the military kind of sucks at like getting that stuff done. um so yeah, I was waiting on like coming here and trying to get my house ready to get it rented out because I own a house in Mississippi.
Hmm.
So yeah, that was kind of the big thing, and then now it's like I'm here and I'm adjusting to the new schedule and the new job basically. um and now I'm home every day. I used to not be home every day, so I'm also adjusting to be like, oh, I come home every day and I take care of my son basically until he goes to sleep,
Hmm.
and then I'm usually so tired. I'm like, all right, well, it's bedtime for me now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what's been going on with my life and why I don't upload quite as much anymore.
Yeah. No, that I mean that's all. Yeah. You know, shit happens basically, right?
Yeah, being an adult is rough. I hate
Yeah,
it.
it's hard work. Oh, fair
All
enough.
right. Uh, I don't. I'm guessing you're running some kind of aggro archer. Um, it's kind of a
Yeah.
meme deck. What I'm running is kind of a meme deck.
Right.
It's just every female card in the game that I would smash. That was the that was the idea behind it.
I mean, that's what have we got so far? Yeah, I can live with these choices.
Then there's some weird ones though because it's a three-color deck, so like you have to like fill it in a little bit.
Yeah, are there any female Guildsworn cards?
I think there's that one that has like the really weird name. The the one that like lets you trigger a bunch of expertise abilities. Oh wait, I saw you do this on your
Yeah,
stream. Oh,
I messed it up. I'm not gonna lie. I'm one Magicka short, so we're gonna pretend that wasn't my entire plan for this turn.
well, you had the ring. Even if you had the ring, you didn't have enough.
Nah, I was one short. So we're just gonna ignore that and move on.
Yeah, you'll learn this about me. I'm pretty aggressive.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I like to finish my games quick.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's fair enough.
which that's kind of my style. And, because I'm an adult, I have a kid, and I don't have time to be sitting around 40 minutes watching someone play solitaire.
No, that's fair. I live by myself and barely count as an adult, so I'm quite happy to play solitaire.
Yeah. Which right now you're good because my son's taking a nap, so like
Sweet.
we got time.
Perfect. Yeah, no worries. Oh man. We'll do this one. Yeah, so you've sort of you've done a variety of things. You haven't just like done videos on sort of just gameplay. Do you want to sort of talk us through the different like projects you've worked on as part of Legends? I mean, obviously you have that massive tier list.
Yeah.
That would have been quite the undertaking.
Yeah, that was a long one. I mean, other than like gameplay, I get kind of bored of doing that because it's the main reason why I like to do other things other than just gameplay is because one, like it's kind of a pain sometimes if I'm running something like what I'm running now, Rage Ebonheart, and like you just don't have like any good games where you're getting like good moments. So like I'm sitting there playing for like 2 hours to make like a 30-minute video that takes like another couple hours to edit. So
Yeah.
I hate that, which is why when Schwartz took a break from streaming, I kind of opted to do that
Mm-hmm.
because I was kind of feeling that void of just like, hey, like let's watch people that in my friends list play and build the community up because it's always fun to pop into Schwartz streams when he's doing that. So I was like, I do enjoy doing that. And then yeah, the tier list was I had the idea of doing it because like there's not really any recent like content in that regard. Like CVH used to do it, but like a lot of that is like really outdated. Like a lot of the cards just aren't the same anymore. And once he started working at Bethesda,
Yeah.
Obviously he stopped making content. So like there's also like Bam a hard stop, and then people like Justin Larson and Charmer would like they just like do the monthly cards when they came out
Mm.
and like new expansions, but even those have like gotten changed. So yeah, I wanted something like okay, like the way the game is now, how are these cards? And I try to do my best to make it as analytical as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That made it take a lot longer because even though like in the video I only talked about these cards like maybe for like some of them only got like a 10-second like speech, I did like go through every card in the collection and I like try to make like notes on like okay, what could this be good at, like what are the scenarios you could find yourself like wanting to use this.
Mm-hmm.
And that whole process, just that took a couple months.
Yeah, I mean, there's so
It's
much
just
to go
making sure
through.
you don't just making sure like you don't miss anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because even like, and I'm glad I did that because like Dariloff made the actual like tier list. I'm super grateful he did. But like he forgot like a couple of like intelligence cards and some of the willpower cards because
Mm-hmm.
on the UESP they have like the Shivkin Chandler has like a different name for some reason, which is super weird.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah, so like being able to like as I'm recording, like I was able to notice that and be like, oh hey, like we're missing some stuff here that you need to add
Mm-hmm.
to at least make sure we're not missing anything. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed with how few views it got because it was a lot of work, but it's kind of whatever.
Yeah, it's very tough to, like, know what's actually going to do well and what people are actually going to be interested in. Sometimes you spend ages working on something and then just for some reason people don't care, which is, yeah, really frustrating when that happens.
Yeah, mostly just because it took a lot of work and like a lot of people were interested in it. A lot of people in like Schwartz community and stuff, but
Yeah.
yeah, it is what it is.
Alright. Um,
But that kind of also leans into like some of the videos that I had planned once I got my office here like set up fully for doing this kind of stuff. Once I got set up, I had a couple of other ideas that weren't going to be just gameplay. Um, one was going to be every card in the game that could be a unique legendary, but for some reason in the game just like isn't for like balance or whatever. Just wanted
Yeah.
to like talk about that, I guess, whatever for fun. And then my game's kind of glitching out here.
Yeah,
So
I just got Manic Jack off Altar and he's disappeared.
oh yeah, I've had this happen to me before. It's because it's a double card,
Yeah.
so like it kind of bugs out a little bit because it doesn't know what to do with
Yeah.
both of the cards.
Weird. Okay, well, the more you know. Um, yeah, so
And then
sorry, yeah, no, go on.
yeah, sorry, I got distracted by that. But yeah, so I had that as just like a fun idea, and then now that someone ripped all the music files out of the game,
Mm.
because I very recently dang. I very recently got the music files, and I also put out my modded Oblivion soundtrack, like just as a thing that I can listen to when I'm at work.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
uploaded as a video, so I want to do the same thing for Legends because I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah.
anyone put the current soundtrack onto YouTube. So that's something I'm going to be working on probably in the next couple of days, actually.
Yeah. No, 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 fair enough. That's probably a good thing to like get archived.
Exactly,
Um,
yeah. Because even though like right now, like I turn everything off in the game because I'm kind of tired of hearing the same songs play like kind of over and over again.
well,
Um, but you know, I know there's gonna be a time like maybe in a year where I'm gonna be like, dang, I'm feeling nostalgic for this game,
mm.
and I wanna listen back on the good old days or use the music in a video.
Here it is.
What's really annoying is that if you only have one card in the field lane, I can't like really see what it is and what its stats are because it's showing like that you can play a card like as if you had a prophecy,
Yeah,
but it's
no,
just floating there.
he's just sitting there, like above the, turn counter and stuff.
I do not fear
I know you hate Iliad Guardians, I do too, but yeah,
No,
sorry. Sorry about that.
no, that's alright. I mean, I don't like it, but I can't, like, I play stuff that people don't like as well, so none of us are perfect. What do I do here?
Sometimes you need to throw in like
will make them.
a toxic card to just make a deck somewhat like okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Which they are only a two of, and I try to avoid using them.
That's fair. I mean, I think, to be honest, if you hadn't played them, you would have been in pretty big trouble in the coming turns, so, it is an answer. That's really annoying, though.
Let's go. Wait. Why did you just draw a javelin?
Yeah, and it just got put straight into my hand. Because of
That's weird.
Jack.
Oh, because it's weird because it showed it to me as it put it into your hand. I was like, wait, I shouldn't have been able to see that.
uh, yeah. I think we may have broken the game slightly, but that's okay.
It wouldn't be me if I didn't experience some massive bug.
Are you listening to me? You better be.
Tharana Javelin, classic.
Classic. Tale as old as time.
All right. I guess I have a question for you. Other
Sure.
than like any crazy streams or anything, do you have any fun decks that you're trying to come up with that you're gonna put out or make a video or stream about?
Oh man, there's this one that I think I talked about it in Schwad's when we interviewed Schwad. But the turn 2 Elderwin is theoretically possible. But you have to get incredibly lucky. Your opponent has to break your rune in the first 2 turns. You have to get the right prophecy. You have to have the right cards. Like, it's such a niche scenario to achieve. But the idea of playing Elderwin on turn 2 is far too tempting to not, like, Gotta try and
Yeah,
pull it
okay.
off. If I've calculated that
So-
it's theoretically possible.
Okay, so what's the setup for it?
So, let's see. Opponent. So you have to be going second. You have to have the ring. Your opponent's first turn doesn't really matter. You play Mage's Guild Recruit on your first turn with the ring. And that discounts either Transmogrify or Lady Cell's Cruelty.
Blood running hot.
And then on your opponent's next turn, they break your rune, and you get a Moonlight Werebat. And then on your following turn, you have access to 3 Magicka with the ring, so you play like Discounted Cruelty on the Werebat. That takes you, so like if your cruelty's a 0 cost because of the recruit, then that takes you up to 7 available Magicka, and then you play Transmogrify on the recruit and get Alduin.
Yeah, that sounds really complicated and like it's never gonna happen.
Maybe slightly.
just a little
Just a
impossible.
little. Yeah. So that's probably top of my wish list. There's a few others. There's stuff like Ring of Imaginary Might on an Oblivion Gate and so on that I've been wanting to do for ages, but just haven't set aside. But that's not particularly unheard of.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's also the blue guy that can let you unshackle a gate.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fun one. I've only seen that done to me like maybe twice.
Yeah, I've done it against the AI in testing, but obviously that doesn't mean much in the grand scheme.
Yeah, you can do a lot. You can do a lot against the AI because the AI is pretty bad in this game.
Yeah.
It's only really good at just being aggressive. That's all it can really do.
Yeah, if you can just hold off until I don't know, like turn 10 or whatever, you're probably fine. I'll get rid of that.
All right, so support.
Yeah,
Support guild.
the list is built around Altar of Spellmaking, and just trying to trigger that as often as possible. But I've only drawn 1 so far.
Yeah, I use a lot of support removal, so maybe I'm hard countering you over here.
Possibly a little, yes.
And I'm also just trying to drop a bunch of bodies to make you waste resources.
Yeah.
This is the competitive mindset trying to get back into.
Yeah. It's working, to be fair.
That's primarily what this deck is good at, is stalling until you get everything important. But also doing it in a way where okay, your opponent kind of has to waste resources trying to get rid of your crap.
Yeah, I mean, knowing you're playing Unstoppable Rage, I can't just leave a Pure Blood Elder sitting around.
Oh, I almost goofed. Thank God I had the ring.
That might do it, to be honest.
Alright, that's another one you don't see too often.
Shrine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At least I don't see it often.
it's like a 1 or 2 of in here. It's not built around it, but you do often end up playing lots of cards in a given turn.
Especially there's so many cheap supports the deck uses.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously you want to be drawing supports for stuff like Eldora and Archaeologist. Let's do this one.
All right. Trying to find something fun that isn't just like like a super aggro thing or like uh kind of meta. Because I'm kind of like you. I saw like when you were doing your thing with Schwartz, like you have like probably the max amount of decks that you can have like probably all the time. I'm the
Oh
same
yeah.
way.
Oh yeah. No, I've got the 75 full, and then I've got a spreadsheet as well. That's got another
Yeah,
20 or
yeah.
so.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have the same thing where I have like a text document with like all the codes for the list.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Just constantly coming up with new stuff to do.
Yeah, mine is also people send me a lot of deck lists, I guess,
Mm.
like that they want to see in videos,
Yeah.
or they used to, and then also being an NPO, everyone shares their decks and stuff. So like I have one specifically from someone, for like the one gauntlet event where you're only allowed to use like basically any like no like legendaries, I think, or something
Oh,
like that.
like Pauper. I think that one.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I have like a specific one saved for that event. So whenever it comes up, like I'm able to like pull that deck list because it's a good deck list, and it got me like top 20 once.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no
Yeah,
fair.
so yeah, especially the really good stuff that I know like okay it works like mid battle mage in like the retro gauntlet. I'm like, yep, I'm using that one every time because it fucking gets me like 9-0s like all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's definitely certain things that are just good in the specific gauntlets.
Yeah, as Todd Howard said one time, it just works.
It does just work. um. Ooh. Hmm.
Interesting.
So
So let's see if
we.
stage a comeback.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we've got 2 months left to the day now, at least in my time zone. Is there anything in particular you're looking to do between now and then?
Well, it has always been a dream to try to get the top 10 card back, but
Mm.
I will say I just don't have the time, or really sometimes the energy to like keep like seriously playing this game. I've been doing a lot of solo arena just because I want to use the tickets before they go out.
Yeah.
Uh, and I really think arena is the better game mode, just kind of in general.
Hmm.
Because you have less of a chance of seeing like all the same stuff that you just see on the ladder all the time.
Mm.
Um, so maybe I'll try to get into legend in arena because I've never done that. I've gotten up to like 4 or 3, I think.
Hmm.
Um, dang, I goofed. Um, but also like when I found the news, as you know, like I had just gotten to a point where like, all right, I can start making content again. I was like psyched, and then the very next day, that came out. So I was like, dang, like I kind of am in that point where like I don't even know like what I want to do with my channel at this point.
Mm. Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah, so kind of like thinking about that, like okay, like what can I do? Um, both in this game right now and on my channel. um, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah, yeah. So you reckon arena's the better mode? Do you want to sort of enlighten us more on that? Because I've played arena a bit, but it's definitely not my go-to, and I think for a lot of people it's often not. So do you want to sort of like elevator pitch why someone should
Yeah,
play arena?
yeah. I would say before they basically made everything free in the game.
Hmm.
If you didn't have a full collection, it's the best way to experiment with a bunch of random mechanics, and you might find, even if you do have a full collection, you might find, some weird like combo that you wouldn't think of because you're using cards that just don't get played.
Yeah.
And that's kind of fun to do. And then on top of that, uh, I think in general, when you're going through the draft, you're making a decision like 30 times on basically like how good you can make your deck and what it like kind of needs based off of just random crap that you're being given. And I think that kind of translates into being able to increase your skill level when it comes to actually like deck building, which I think is the main reason why like I've probably gotten a lot better at it than when I first started. Other than being in NPO and friends, like obviously there's like a lot of like really good players in both of those clans.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, there's like you know they we all talk and stuff about like different things that are good in different scenarios. Um, but that helps with that deck building aspect of the game. The only downside to it is that it takes so freaking long to get a game sometimes because of the way it works with the queue is like you will never rematch someone if one of you is still on the same draft.
Yeah.
So you will not fight that person again until you both have restarted. So once you get to like rank 5, it starts like really slowing down, like really heavily.
Yeah, I mean, there can't be that many people in like the top 3 ranks or so.
Yeah, there really isn't. Oh, one to give to your opponent. I almost goofed again.
I've done that with shadow marking so many times.
I've done it a lot too.
Yeah, it's so easy to do.
But yeah, primarily I think being able to like use a bunch of just random cards in a skillful way kind of makes you just better at the game, and that's why I enjoy it. Or one reason why I enjoy it.
Oh, skeletons.
Yep.
Nice.
I do like my version of it because it's kind of like it's doing like kind of what Spell Sword is good at, and swarming the board with a bunch of little shit skeletons and
Yeah.
buffing them. And I just kind of really like that. Let's see. Do we get the buff? Nice. There are a couple non-skeletons just for like helping with buffs and stuff.
Some tribal decks definitely need the help from a not, not whatever the tribal is built around. I don't want to deal with this.
Alright, what is this that you're playing? Is this just Unite or something?
Could be.
Alright. Yeah, I think we're fine. I want you to not kill the Ancient Lookout, but it's it's like something that you can like kind of do in this deck, that I really heavily enjoy, and people don't think about it that often, I think.
Reflective?
No, nothing to do with reflective automaton. It's actually this guy.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
Yeah, helps you just swarm the board more with little shit skeleton guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm giving you that.
How long did it take you to make all your cards premium?
Oh, I spent, I don't know, I want to say like 3 hours on stream, just like the day it happened. I wasn't due to be streaming, but I was like, well, I should probably jump on now more than any other day. I just hung out for like 3 hours and just went through all of them.
Yeah, I think in actual time it took me about the same.
Yeah.
But I ended up having to split it up like over the course of a couple days because, man, that crap is like annoying. How, like, because what I was doing was I was just buying like 2 of each of the 60 like deals for every set.
Yeah.
I was just like going through that and then mass opening them, but then like you can't just mass dust them because you're getting like over 100,000 soul gems every time I do that. Because like I was actively working on getting a premium collection, like, and I wasn't close, but like I did like a lot of good work on it.
Yeah.
So like I didn't have as far to go when it came to like the more annoying stuff, like the unique legendaries, because that was like what I was finding to be the most annoying part about it. Um, but yeah, it only took me a few days.
Yeah, it's a big effort, but I mean, it is worth it. To be fair, they look so good.
Yeah, a lot of the cards look really nice and premium.
Yeah, a lot of the core set ones look a bit strange, but outside of that, they're all really good.
I think my only issue with the core cards is like the shriveled mummy. Most of them just have like that effect where it's like it's barely animated, and then like oh a little streak just goes through them.
Yeah, well, there's a few that just
Like,
have like a glow on them that's like the color of the attribute or whatever.
yeah, like kind of like what the Skin Town has, but at least the Skin Town has something cool going on with his eyes.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that.
What's crazy is I haven't even gotten a Bone Colossus yet.
Oh, true. Yeah, well, I'd definitely be in trouble if you did. Okay.
My power is not to be underestimated.
I don't think I have the magic to do what I need to do.
You kind of trying to pray that you get it. You're low roll.
Yeah,
Low rolled on everyone goes.
prized chicken is subpar. Just to give you an indication of what my hand's looking like, I'm gonna do this.
So I do have the stream playing, but I'm not looking at your deck, so I'm actually gonna look at your hand now.
Yeah, it's
Okay, yeah.
it's not great.
Looks pretty rough. It's usually once you get to this point when you have more than one way to apply buffs to all the skeletons, that's when you kind of like get to the point where like yeah, it's kind of hard to stop.
It just snowballs completely.
Yeah, especially if you're able to actually continue putting out the like risen deads and stuff. That's when it starts getting out of control.
Yeah, I mean, you get like a lot of the benefits of just like a token list, but with even more, a lot of the skeletons buff each other.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to have a Unite War, I have a fun one. I hope. Let me actually look and make sure I still have the list because I definitely could have seen myself removing it because it's a neutral Unite.
I was
Let
just
me
gonna
actually-
say I could pull out my neutral singleton that I've got.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, I'll grab the code.
Yeah, it's not like my original idea. There's another streamer from New Zealand. Her name's Eolus.
Oh,
I
yes.
think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
But she was in the NPO chat, and I forgot what the context was because this was like right around the time my son was born. But I said something about like uniting in like a singleton, and she was like, "Okay, cool, now do it in neutral."
Yeah,
And I was
yeah.
like, challenge accepted. And then my whole bit for like making that deck and making a video around it was that I was just gonna I was gonna put every game until I won. And I ended up winning the second game that I played with it.
Oh,
And I
nice.
did it like really fast too. Like it happened like on turn like 7.
Yeah.
But so I couldn't like make a whole video, but I was gonna like my whole bit was gonna be like it's gonna be like a 5-hour long video of me just progressively getting more angry. So I can't deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, this one's gonna take a sec, I think. I don't know, it's gonna depend on how we both draw.
Yeah, it's really gonna depend on how I roll everything too. Because the main reason why I got so lucky was because I got Jorun off of a random effect, and then I got the Dominion version of Aaron right after.
Oh yeah,
So
nice.
like within 2 cards, I had all the colors, and then they didn't remove Joran, or Aaron is the one that they didn't remove because Joran would have been easier to play with Unite.
Yes, yeah. Yes, for anyone who wants to see me play this list, the video is recorded. It'll be out in about a month. But
No,
yeah, no, it's such a ridiculous concept, but it's definitely doable. It just takes a little bit of work.
yeah, that's why I like the NPO Discord channel
Mhm.
because people always have like stupid ideas like that. Someone was like, "What about a Cliff Racer tribal deck? Can that work?"
Oh, I was just talking about Cliff
And
Racer Tribal
yeah,
with someone the other day. Yeah.
yeah, and then like they try to make it like work like in the best way possible. And some of them are like really insanely good at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not part of any clans, but for the uninitiated, do you want to sort of talk about how the clan thing
Get back, I say.
works?
Yeah. So I'm in NPO and also the Friends clan. Um, I joined NPO first. They're very, I would say, okay, so NPO stands for non-profit organization because the whole idea is like, all right, it's a bunch of good players and we like Aros is like the leader, basically he made it.
Mhm.
But like the way he plays the game is like he like even when I queue up against him sometimes it's just like, hey dude, like try this list out and send the code and we're kind of all like that. Just we don't care. Like we want people to play the game with good decks if they can like make them.
Mhm.
So that's like a big proponent of it, and I would say they're pretty like competitive, like kind of in general. So that's the main reason why I joined that one. I've been with them for probably 2 years, I think. But yeah, they're all about helping people get better at the game, things like that.
Mhm.
Uh, Friends, I would say, um, I do really enjoy the Friends clan because it's just a bunch of friendly people, like literally,
Yeah.
as on brand as that is. There's also really good people in there too, but you know they're kind of just a bunch of chill people, and a lot of them are also dads, so I get to relate to other people about being a dad.
Right. Yeah. No, that's gotta be nice.
But yeah, you know, I don't think being in a clan or anything like makes you better. Really, it helped me just because I joined right when I wanted to start like playing ranked mode more seriously. So like finding out like okay, I'm not building decks like in the best way possible, and someone can like kind of give you pointers on it. That was like the main benefit. But I don't think in general, being in a clan makes anyone like particularly good or bad. I think most people in the AZZ clan are not that great, but that's just me.
Mhm.
Because I always see them running a toxic crap. I goofed. Dang,
Yeah.
goofed.
I'll take the 8 cost.
I'm just having fun with it at this point.
No, that's fair. The fact that you have gates is very alarming.
Yeah, don't read into that.
Okay. I'm sure it's not a problem for me at all.
Yeah, flesh sculpture. I remember one time I was playing this against some people in Schwartz community
Mhm.
because it was when I first made it, and I made like the stupid mistake of like playing Gates and then uh flesh sculpture because I didn't read it quite right and I like had never used it. So like I had like two of the unites and I just like got rid of them all by like doing that. So I was like, oh wait, I'm just playing a regular game with random cards. And we'll see if it works. And I lost.
I assume you're
Yeah, there's shockingly, mono neutral singleton unite is not very good. For
Yeah, it's
anyone watching
pretty
and
awful.
wondering, it's not it's not good.
Let's see here.
I smell the stench.
Maybe I can do something cheeky. No, if they when they get on summon, they'll switch colors, right? Again.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, it comes back as a neutral. All right, cool.
That is very cheeky. Ooh. Okay.
C City said Twitch won't let him put the Vincenzo
Yeah,
emoji.
yeah.
Have you seen that like on other shorts like streaming stuff?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
He's actually the one who started that, and
Oh,
he did it
okay.
because I think we were like shit talking each other, and he was
Yeah.
just like he was like mocking like how I always play like Ebonheart Rage or Mid Guildsworn in a video when I'm kind of lazy. He was just like, yeah, okay, dude, and like put the emoji. I think I was like talking shit because he's from like Alabama.
Mhm.
So I was calling him Alabama man or some shit. And he was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
all right, dude, I'm gonna roast your whole career right now.
Burn it all to the ground.
All right, nicely done, nicely
Thank
done.
you. Webberjack was exactly the top deck I needed.
Nice. You're one to talk mustache glasses.
Which of us are you talking to?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, so for anyone wondering, clearly Mono Neutral Singleton Unite is one of the most highly competitive lists you can play.
Yeah, it's better than just regular neutral unite, apparently.
Well, to be fair, Siege can be, like, make a huge difference if you get a good one.
Yeah, especially if you get like a lot of stuff that can combo with each other.
Yeah, and there's so few actions as well. It has a pretty good chance of at the very least putting Unite into your hand.
I remember someone in NPO did like try doing that, and they're like, "Yeah, this is basically like playing Dark Souls. Like it's never gonna happen."
You're just not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
Just trying to think what other lists we should do. Oh yeah. So are there any particular like lists or combos or anything that you've done that you're particularly proud of or like really stand out to you as just like, I don't know, something cool or something weird or whatever?
Well, I will say since I made my Ebonheart list, I've gotten Martin Septim to go off like a lot of times, and I never thought that would like ever happen. um, like he's like basically the alternate win condition in that deck like now because you played against it, so you kind of saw like it's very good at stalling someone out, and if they're like on aggro, they're gonna like run out of resources. But against most other control lists too, it usually gets to a point where we're just like top decking crap, and if they just don't have the removal and it's like that late in the game, like Marn's gonna go off, and there's nothing that they can do about it. And I usually try to keep at least like one lethal and a ping, like just in hand, like kind of in general,
Yeah.
to help out with it. So I always like have on spot like removal for something. But like yeah, they normally can't like deal with it, and maybe I'm just lucky because I feel like other people like don't ever get Martin off.
I can probably
but
count on my hands the number of times I've gotten Martin off, to be honest.
Yeah, I would start getting into needing another person to count their toes as well, with how many times I've done. But yeah, I like that. And then let's see. Other than the neutral Unite win that I just told you about, that was a good one, and I'm so glad that I got that one recorded for YouTube. So I'm trying to think if there's something else. Oh yeah, okay. This is before I started making content, but I made a Dagoth Singleton, and I think so. I had Thrana on the board, and then I played Siege, and then I didn't have like obviously Dagoth, so you didn't have like Mushroom Tower to like redo it, but I did. So one of the copies that got shuffled in after I played Siege came up like on the very next turn, and they also didn't remove Thrana. So then it kind of snowballed into getting really crazy because I played that next siege, and then it pulled another discounted one,
Yeah.
and then it just went into this like vicious loop of like that's all that I was drawing,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
like the other guy was playing Control Telvanni, and he was like not even mad about it because I think that like probably very rarely has ever happened.
Hmm.
So he just like rolled with it, and it got to the point where I was like, how long is this guy gonna stick around? Because I was just playing Siege like my whole turn basically.
Yeah,
Every turn after that, and it just got to a point where he decked himself out.
gotcha. Yeah, once you're like pulling siege off siege, you know you're doing something right.
Yeah, it felt really good to do. It cracked me up. So that's probably the one standout moment that I have that's like the oldest.
Yeah, no, yeah, siege is such a fun card. Um,
I don't like how you're constantly removing stuff and silencing. Alright. No problem. No problem. We got this.
I've got to get out of here. I don't want to die.
Well, I can't silence that, so you got me there.
What about you? Do you have a crazy moment like that?
Oh man, there's been a few.
Yeah, I know. I know you're kind of like you do a bunch of like crazy stuff, so I'm sure there's quite a few.
Yeah, pulling Alduin out of Altar of Despair. That video didn't do particularly well, which I'm very sad about, so I'm super proud that I like actually pulled that off.
Yeah, yeah. At least you have it on the channel. You can go back and like look at it. Like that was insane.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where it's like people know that it's theoretically possible. It's, you know, it's not that complicated of an idea to think, well, you could just buff alter or whatever. But being able to finally pull it off was very satisfying. Yeah, that's probably the most standout one. The first time I ever united, I only owned one copy of Unite, and I pulled it off on the first try in Singleton. It wasn't mono neutral, but it was Singleton Mage. But just the fact that I like pulled off a Unite on the first time I'd ever played it was pretty satisfying.
Yeah. Dang, you're really cock blocking me here.
Ooh. That's not bad.
When did you start playing the game?
So yeah, I'm relatively new compared to a lot of people. Like pretty much 2 years ago at this point. So, you know, post maintenance mode, post, you know, Tamriel collection, so on and so on. And I played it for like, I don't know, like 3 months, and then kind of stopped playing it for a while, and then got really back into it properly at the start of this year. And then, you know, here we are now, basically started interacting with content creators and seeing what other people were doing, and went, you know what, maybe I could do that. And apparently that's where we are now, so...
Yeah, I started right around when COVID, I think, was a big thing.
Oh,
I think that's
okay.
about when I started. I know because it was right around when me and my wife started dating. Is when I started playing. Yeah, so also like post maintenance mode, post. I think that'd be like the beginning of 2021. So probably like a year or two after that. But I remember being so like disappointed with that because like I was like, okay, cool, I found this game, and I'm like, and it's a free game, but I was like on Steam, I was like looking to buy like a new game, so I was like, all right, cool, I'll spend $60 on this card game that's based off the Elder Scrolls. I bought Oblivion's my favorite one, so I bought fucking $60 worth of Jaws of Oblivion, not knowing
Oh.
that people hate that.
Oh man, yeah.
So I was kind of forced to play Invade for like the very beginning because that's kind of all I had. um, but yeah, I was so disappointed too because I was like, all right, like what other decks are good? So I started like looking at all the other content creators like CVH and Charmin. They're like, oh yeah, the game's dead. No point in playing.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's kind of a bummer.
Mm.
But I mean, uh, I really enjoyed playing it. Like I got my brother, and my wife to download it, so I could have like people to play with, and then um, I know when I came back from my training the first time that I went, I had to redo that training because I made stupid decisions. But I remember Schwartz had like did his first tournament, and I was like, all right, yeah, like I'll watch it. And then I started like watching his channel and stuff, and this is when I really started like playing a ranked mode more.
Yeah.
But oh my god, you only have like 2 more left to go.
Ooh.
What are your
Let's see if this is gonna do some good for me. Oh, yep, that's good. That's not as good. But yeah, especially with Schwartz's personality,
Yeah.
I was like, he makes that looks like so easy. I was like, I think I could do that, and like, I like to talk shit, but I'm like, he's not even like that good at the game. Like, I could probably do it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Schwartz was kind of the main reason why I started making content because he made it seem so easy. So yeah, that hurts.
Come on, just a bad prophecy.
It's not. Oh, that's actually kind of nice.
What happened there? Does it get lethal off of Enchanter?
Yeah, it did.
Oh,
But
okay.
I was worried about what it would get because I was just gonna target the other Drake.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, I can at least stop an attack from happening.
time to take that?
All right, no problem. I've pulled through worse before.
Okay. At least it's not Dragon Priest Mask. That would have bothered me slightly.
Damn you.
So...
Damn you.
Well.
Okay. Going hard on it. Okay, that's just immune to silence. Okay. Alright. No problem. I'm very good at making comebacks in this game, so
Yeah, I've noticed. I think the Night Mother actually did more harm than good, to be honest, because it's just filled up your hand.
yeah, and then I played the Battle Mage card too, so so I kind of did get like re-upped there.
Laughs in a contest.
But I mean, you're making it kind of very hard to deal a good amount of damage.
Yeah, I think one of us running out of cards is probably the most likely scenario at this point.
I don't know it all, but I'm pretty close.
Really just depending on how well I can draw into this. Okay, yeah, I don't even have anything for him to draw. That's crazy.
Care to wield them.
Oh yeah, we are at. I have 15 and you have 12, so yeah, we're getting to that point.
Yeah.
Stop getting help.
You're not killing him, damn it. Well, how does the math work out if it comes down to draw?
Well, you have more runes, so
Yes.
you'll be able to draw more than me.
I have 2 more runes, but you have... No, I have 3 more runes, but you have 2 more cards, so...
We'll have to settle this the hard way. We must
Do that, and then we'll do
All this day,
a little of this.
Ooh, nice.
And a little bit of this. Okay, that wasn't so great. I probably shouldn't be stacking items on that guy. Actually.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. So you're at 12, I'm at 11. I can afford to do that. Oh, I don't really want to do this.
You won't do it. You won't do it. You won't do it.
Well, it's just the
Whatever it
matter
is.
of...
Uh,
I need the summon effect to not work, basically. Or the active effect, rather.
I just realized that you have training grounds, so I'm like, okay, Drake tribal.
Yeah, correct. That's how seriously we're taking this.
I'll take care of myself if I have to.
Items are not helpful.
Let's go. Let's pile that damage on now.
Yeah. Man. Alright, don't get too intimidated by this. It's a very powerful card.
There's actually a funny, like, kind of inside joke between all the NPO people. There's one particular player, and I think it's actually, they might be in both the Friends group and NPO as well. But they play a lot of Unite, and they always draw blue claw matron like, out of like random effects.
Yeah.
like there's one screenshot they shared where like they had 4 of them.
Oh my god.
Like in a lane. There's like, yeah, so this is what I got 4 times in this one match.
It is very good at showing up in Unite games for some reason.
Makes me wonder if they did some kind of coding to make that happen.
Just to make it a bit more likely to appear than average or whatever.
Let's see, what have I? Okay, I have this one. This one's kind of fun. Kind of fun, I think. You'll probably pick up very quickly what it is once I start doing it, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, mirror match. Okay.
I don't like any of those options. Yeah, could we get to questions? I was wondering if I ever played Vinchenzo. Okay, Edmorn. I feel like I have played against you once. At least once before. I feel like it's happened. I mean, I know I have you in my friends list because I've appeared on Schwartz stream so many times. But I definitely remember there's probably a time before I had you as a friend that we played. And then, yeah, the main reason why you people don't ever run into me is because I hardly play now.
Mm.
And I have enjoyed playing against the AI more because I'm actually not a very big multiplayer kind of person. I'm very introverted, actually, even though I'm doing this. And I make content for the game. But I hate playing games with other people because, you know, you add that that human element. Like, sometimes you just run into a shitty person who, like, ropes out, like, every turn. And I hate that because I run into that crap all the time.
Yeah.
But,
no,
yeah.
I'm with you. I'm not a multiplayer guy either. I can't stand it.
Like, the only game series that I've ever, like, seriously played that's, like, online multiplayer, like, to actually, like, enjoy playing it is, like, Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Because I really enjoy Mortal Kombat. I'm, like, really good at it. But, like, I don't pay for Xbox Live, and all those games are on my Xbox, so, like, I literally don't play with anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Just grind out whatever shitty grindy modes that they have for single player to do.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really annoying.
Hold the line.
No quarter.
What are you doing?
You'll see.
Like I could just never tell, really.
No, that's fair. It can be a little hard to work out what's going on, but there's always a plan of some sort.
Too slow.
You got a prophecy, didn't you? Okay, alright. For some reason, I feel like this is a big part of your game plan.
Oh, okay.
For some reason.
Maybe.
But I don't know.
That is how we like it.
Preparations have been made. Preparations have been made. Soldiers, report.
It's annoying. That's really annoying.
You are so welcome.
How can I serve?
It never ends.
Well, you said you're on a specific plan as well, so I'm trying to work out what you're trying to do.
Honestly, it's like the least interactive thing. Like, it's just gonna happen. And
Right.
you're probably not gonna be able to tell until it starts happening.
Uh-huh.
Okay, did kind of play myself there, but we're good.
Did you
We're
get rid
good.
of... Oh, Lazra. Okay. Interesting.
This one will get what is needed. Into the
No, I didn't get rid of something. It was just like I had a way to kind of mitigate this massive swarm that just happened. But I just drew too many cards
Mm-hmm.
because I'm also trying to stay alive a little bit.
That's probably not a terrible plan.
Yeah, usually trying to stay alive is a good thing to do, right?
Yeah, it can help, I've noticed.
How can I serve?
Jeez. All right, you're done. You're done with that.
Got sick of my nonsense.
Yeah. What we're not doing is that. And I'll do that. Sure. Okay.
Alrighty, what are we at? I could get started on this.
Yeah, I'm finally gonna get ahead.
Why not?
This one will get what is needed. Shiogora will.
Okay. All right.
So
I
now,
see what this is now.
what
Now I
happens
see
for the
what this
rest of the game is entirely up to RNGesus.
Name it. I'll forge it.
Acknowledge.
Jesus Christ.
Good luck.
Your orders.
No, we got this. No problem.
Sure.
Ita.
Yeah, that's not staying.
What? What do you mean?
Okay, how many more swarm cards do you have?
And a deck built around them? Not too many.
Careful there, friend.
Let's see if that helps. If that helps, I don't think it is.
For the glory of Arden Sea.
Okay. Sure.
That's pretty good. Oh, boo. Boo. Everyone boo this man. Oh goddamn, the scamps too.
Yep, yep. Yeah, that's pretty good.
He doesn't miss. He doesn't miss.
What can I say? My skill. Okay, that's actually kind of annoying. My skill is unmatched.
Yeah, so that's what we're calling it.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. I'm actually gonna get rid of that.
Yeah, even that's good. So, see.
Yeah, that tracks.
There's so many targets.
There's a plan. There's always a plan.
Have you ever played Halo Reach?
Glory of Arden soon.
No, I haven't.
I was gonna reference. There's this part where like this character makes like a big like sacrificing thing, and it's like a big deal, and then it like shows the planet like in orbit or like the like right outside the planet's like atmosphere, and then all these alien ships just start coming in. It's just like, oh, slip space rupture detected. It just keeps saying that every time a ship comes in. Like that's how I feel right now.
Yeah, it's I'm not doing too badly.
Your orders.
Just like if it could give you like 2 crappy Daedra like at least a couple times,
Yeah.
that'd be super helpful. All right. What? I bet you have another one.
What?
Shield Gora.
Yeah.
No.
Like, you thought this was over.
um.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. It's not great value, but
Let's take care of business, shall we?
what do we get? I don't know. That, I guess.
Hmm.
By the 8th, they will meet their makers.
To be fair, you're holding
I
off
wish I
pretty
did. Yeah. I am good at stalling.
well. Yeah, yeah, you were saying.
But I don't think what I'm trying to do is ever gonna happen.
Let none defile our temple.
Do you want to spoil it for us, or are you gonna
I'll
hold
tell you
out?
when I'm on. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you when I'm on the verge of dying. But I have
Alright.
freaking 27. Okay. Well, I got the combo pieces, but yeah, I also have to wait for like my whole freaking deck to go away.
Die
Guess we just do that.
for the glory of Arden soon.
Your blood stands forth.
Come on, let's clutch this. Let's clutch this.
Nice, nice.
Okay, okay.
How can I serve?
That's not very helpful.
Alright, well, this is what it was. Throw on an ice spike.
Oh, okay, nice. Have you? Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. That is a classic, though. There's a lot.
Yeah, I
of fun.
really like it because it's like so uninteractive. Like once you start doing it, it's just like they can't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's very, yeah, it's one of those things where if you're able to hold off long enough, you can go absolutely nuts with it, but you have to get there. Um, what are the lists do I want to do? Let's do this one. I don't think this is going to work, but we'll try. So I asked you about it before we did this, but Your favorite class is Dagoth, is that correct?
Yeah, it is. I am I would say pretty neutral when it comes to a lot of like which one specifically is my favorite,
Mhm.
but I did always enjoy because like I would say Guildsworn is like the next runner up. They're like my two favorites. But like I like the amount of options that you have in Dagoth for like doing weird crap. Like
Hmm.
you can make like a control list that focuses on like all the like lethal creatures that are in green with like the archer kind of thing where you're pinging a bunch of guys with lethals, or you can be super aggressive with it. It can kind of like fit into a lot of things the same way that Guildsworn kind of can.
Mhm.
Um, but also primarily because Dagoth is kind of like top 5, maybe top 3 my favorite cards in the game.
Oh wow. Okay. What else makes it into the top 3?
Definitely on Kano, that guy goes in every blue deck, and Garnag, I would say, is probably number 1 because that is an insane card that
Yeah.
people don't play enough.
Yeah, Garnag's really annoying as someone who mostly plays control.
Yeah, but like you kind of don't run into it that often, so like
Nah.
people really should play it more, and maybe we'll stop seeing Control Telvanni.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if I had to say a least favorite, it's definitely Telvanni because
Yeah.
I can appreciate that it can do a lot of things, but no one is creative enough to do anything cool with it.
No.
They just do standard control. Sometimes sometimes it's alter, sometimes it's conscription, sometimes it's both. I don't really hate the
Ooh.
ones where it's both.
How exciting! I put 2 different. Yeah, no, I agree. Talvani just has too much going for it to be ever fun to play against.
And it goes back to like kind of what I said is like hey man, I I'm an adult, I have responsibilities. I don't want to sit around on my computer for 40 minutes watching you just draw cards and do your little stupid combo.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, that's what you did. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what the hell was that?
Yeah. No, that's fair. Are there any particular like cards specifically that bother you in Talvani, or is it just kind of the whole just that default thing that everyone plays?
I would say my least favorite. Oh wow, that's nice. Too bad you can't exalt him.
Yeah, that's not good.
Definitely. See, okay, the cards that I hate them just because they always come down at the worst like point.
Mm-hmm.
Which sure, that's kind of like what the point of what they're trying to do, really. But like I don't think any of them are really even that good. Like I hate Dark Seducer because she always comes down as soon as I don't have removal or silence.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good card at all. Like it's actually like a super like noob crutch kind of thing to rely on
Uh-huh.
because it is really easy to remove, but it's just sometimes it comes down and you just don't have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it'd be cards like that, like Aelia Guardians. There's only like 2 or 3 cards that can deal with them in one go.
Yeah.
So like yeah, I'll put them in a deck if it needs like defense for the late game, but like yeah, people that play that card they don't do anything fun with it. They just make more of them.
Well,
Or
Dark
I would say-
Rebirth, Knights Remember, etc.
yeah, all the usual suspects. I would say my actual least favorite card in the game is probably just flat out either a new era or I can't think of Invasion Party. I don't like that one either.
Oh, Invasion Party is so annoying. Just the like,
And I'm also and I'm also someone who says like Invade's actually really easy to beat. Just don't let them draw cards. But yeah, sometimes they just like snowball you like out of control like too fast. You can't do anything about it. Like sometimes it happens, and that's like that card's usually the main reason why that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that one, and the like if they're able to combo that with the Nord that has like when you invade again or whatever. If you can't deal with it and they get both of those out, like that's pretty much curtains most of the
Yeah.
time.
And yeah, it is. It's like like when people like on Reddit like complain about invade. I'm just like, dude, there is a color in every card that can deal with a gate like really easily.
Yeah.
So it's not the biggest like issue. It's just like, do you have it when you need it? And people don't. I think people know how to play against it. Like, just don't let them draw cards, and like you're good. They'll run out of steam very fast. So I just think those people that complain on Reddit and stuff, they're just not good at playing against it.
Yeah, there's definitely. Yeah. I don't know. Invade's a mixed bag. On the one hand, like, it can be very easy to beat, but also on the other, like, sometimes if you just draw incorrectly, then you just don't have a chance. But it never feels good to play against.
Yeah, it also doesn't feel good to play just in general because it's very like when I'm like saying what I think like makes a deck fun or whatever. It's like, okay, um, is the mechanic kind of fun? Is it like skillful in any kind of way? Um, and yeah, invade. There's no skill either in the deck building process. You just throw in everything that says invade,
Yeah.
and it's gonna work. It's gonna work a lot of times. There's no combos or anything. It's just slap a bunch of the same type of creature that has the same text on it. Yeah, that's like really my only issue with it. But like Ed Morn said in chat, Empire and Talwani control are really what I think are the most annoying things for me to play against. Just because of that time investment that goes into it. And I also hate playing those kind of decks because I hate putting that time investment into it and you just lose. Because the other guy's also playing control and they got their stupid combo off before you got yours.
yeah. No, yeah. It's like this has kept coming up in conversation, but like something that I kind of adhere to is I would rather lose to an interesting deck than beat a long, slow, and boring one. You know, I'd rather have a match that's, you know, in a reasonable amount of time, is interesting to play, my opponent's doing something different, than have to, like, slog through Imperial Telvanni for, like, 25 minutes and get a win the win was not worth it at all.
Yeah, especially, like, the people that do, like, one of my other least favorite cards is, the Necromancer's Amulet, because it just... it's like that card just like it just like slows the pace down so much.
Yeah.
It's like we can stop. But usually when I play it or play against that, I'm playing aggressive anyway. So I just start ignoring everything that they're putting on the board and start going face. And it usually works out.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think it ends up being one of those cards, like you were saying with Dark Seducer, that people just put in as a crutch and don't really have a list that necessarily synergizes around it. They just see that it gains them regular health and think it's the best thing ever.
Yeah, like one of my favorite like kind of things to do, and because Talvani can do it, is like, okay, you have like a bunch of drain creatures, you have Squish, like as long as there's something on the board and like. Also, Snake Tooth Necklace. I really like that card because you can just give a big thing that like stuck around, and they put another big thing in front of it. Where they're like, all right, I'm gonna give it one more health, but I'm gonna let it gain me a ton of health at the same time. And you can usually do like Squish, like I did in the game where I was playing Rage. You know?
Yeah. No, exactly, and that definitely turned the tide of that game as well.
Yeah, but you know, people don't think like. Or at least those people, they just rely like, okay, I'm gonna have this thing that passively gives me health every time, and I'm killing stuff anyway, so I'm just gaining health while not being able to have the opponent interact with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just stuff that creates not fun games to play. That is the most frustrating.
Feel the Night Mother's love. We must protect our stronghold.
There's a lot of support removal in this deck, so hopefully that works for me.
Brilliant.
I know Denise has mentioned it, but I'm like the same way. I really enjoy any card that kills supports because that's usually where more of like the broken stuff happens is in supports. And if you like, forget to put them in, then you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I love a good support based deck, but people run a lot of support removal because of stuff like Alter Talvani, which I get. I run a lot of support removal as well, but for the exact same reason. But it's just like, let me have my spider lair,
let me
you
have my
know?
moment. let me try to, especially when you're like doing it for a video and you're like, just let me do my thing.
yeah.
Because my favorite one is the I think it does have Necromancer. No, it has Ring of Namira. The Ring of Namira OTK with the Consume guy, the 2 cost.
Yeah.
Only ever gotten that to work like once, but yeah, because people always run support removal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you really don't have like a whole lot of alt arts.
No, I'm missing quite a few, and I mean the main cause of that is just for having not played for very long. Basically, I've gotten most of the ones that have come out since I started playing competitively. But yeah, I'm definitely missing quite a few.
So by card art, this one's my favorite, especially.
Oh really? Premium. Yeah, it's very nice to be fair. Yeah, as you say, especially the premiums. Really good. Let's do this.
Oh man, I hate when she comes down.
It's very annoying to deal with. We'll do this.
Yeah, I guess I just lose. That's wild. No problem, dude. We got this.
Oh, okay. Good.
No problem. The thing is, I have like good options, but I can only do like one thing a turn. Oh damn.
Yeah, no, I've found all of the
yeah, you got all the
characters
very early. Screw it, dude. Just go out there.
That's good. Nice.
This might be handy. To chaos with you.
I maybe could have actually won there, but I'm not sure. No, I probably would have only been able to make myself able to win a little easier.
Gotcha. Oh man. Had a really good top deck, but not the board for it.
Feel the power within you.
My powers are important.
Oh, damn. That's a problem.
I'm ready for you.
That's fine. You'll don't worry about it. Oh no. We can manage this.
Is there singing in the void?
I'll say I think you have enough on board to just flat out kill him.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a combo list. If you want me to just kill you, I can.
Well, I was saying if you are, if you're doing a combo, you can try to go for it.
Okay. I'm missing two.
I couldn't tell if you were just like, okay, I'm just gonna slay a bunch of shit and build up bodies.
No. There is a plan here. There's always a plan. I'm missing 2 of the 3 combo pieces,
I will have
annoyingly.
my vengeance. I am too assassin. I'm
Staying
too
alive, though.
assassin. Like none.
Yeah, doing my best. There's no good way to do this, really. And then we do that. Sorry, that took me a second to work out what I was doing, but we got there.
It'd be like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes. Okay, we've got 2 out of 3 combo pieces.
Alright. I have just enough to make it work. But it's not good.
Be silent.
The forest is my cloak.
That's fine.
I've got a job to do.
That's annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I drew it, but I didn't have anything I could kill at that point.
Alright, that's a wrap.
Okay, I'll try find this last card quickly, so you're not suffering for
It's all good.
too long.
It's all good. I was like, dang, I think I have just enough to make this happen if I draw something that can attack on the next turn. Nah, let me just gain 20 health.
No dice. Yeah. I actually can't do that, so I have to wait.
We must protect our strong.
Do you really need that sanctuary?
No, please get rid of it. Okay, what are we at? Maybe I didn't need that sanctuary. No, it's okay.
They are
We'll do this.
I also really like this girl, the Dish Miguel Archer.
Oh, just to yell. Are you talking about the card art or the card mechanic?
Both.
Both fair.
What's the matter? Like the side of strong orc woman?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with her.
Is my
Good old strong orc woman.
No, I think it's funny because I thought it was a dude for like the longest time.
Oh, really? Oops.
Yeah.
What are we at now? Yep, I can do that. Man, I technically have the combo, but I just need a little bit more setup.
Shall we put in at this on a stage work?
That will do it.
Okay.
all will be consumed by the
Okay.
void.
It's funny you were talking
Okay,
about
yeah,
it.
Ah, it's like I spoke it into existence.
You really did, yeah.
Consumed by the void.
Damn, 2 of them. And then Journey?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love how goofy it is that it just does it like
One by
at a
one. It's so rude.
time. Yeah, I love that combo too.
Yeah, no, I do it in Slay Scout because the goal is to get as many Moragtong aspirants. To use those to get it off.
I just run mine in Ebonheart.
Yeah.
Because it helps with the lethal pings, but yeah, then you're playing in a 75 card deck, and now you have just a ton of bodies in it.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I do also have the cute combo of the Spider Daedras in it, and then
with the
and then-
Dawnfang.
yeah, and then there is Necromancer's Amulet, but it's like specifically just to do that.
Yeah, yep.
So I'll usually just play her, and then I'll just sack her like immediately.
Yeah. No, that's a solid approach. What else have we got? I'm just trying to pick a good list to do. Let's do this one.
No worries. Maybe after this one we can start talking about custom cards.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that sounds good to me. How are you on time, by the way?
I mean, I'm probably still good for another couple of hours.
Oh, okay, sweet. No worries at all then.
Yeah. Usually my deal is I tell my wife, like, all right, I'm going to be streaming, I'm going to be recording, take care of the kid, and I'll just take care of him when I'm done, and you can take a break.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. This one is not an original creation. This was made by Aros.
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I try to give people credit when I do videos and stuff, because I'm not the best decorator out there. Other people are
No,
way
that's
better at
fine.
that than me.
Yeah. What list am I playing again? Oh yeah, okay. Just completely forgot what I'd selected.
Like, wait, what am I doing? Okay, that's interesting. Hopefully I can do something cool with that.
I smell the stench of the living.
Do you know like what the earliest you've gotten a siege off? Other than just playing it like when you have 10 Magicka?
Ooh, turn 7 off of Altar of Spellmaking is the cheapest
Yeah,
I've,
that's a good one.
the earliest I've gotten it without ramp at least, yeah.
Yeah, I did have one where it was partially because of ramp, but it's because I had Martin. I played him on turn 4,
Mm-hmm.
but I had the ring, and I purposely just like used the ring charge so I'd have 5 Magicka.
Yep.
But I also was able to Mage's Guild recruit Siege like twice.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I think I was able to revive it. So
Yeah.
I got it like on turn 5.
Nice. That's pretty.
And then it pulled like some pretty big creatures out of it. So like this guy was like sitting on like turn 5 and like Alien Guardians came out.
Oh,
He's
man.
just like, what do I do?
I think at that point you just leave for the sake of your sanity.
Yeah, it was it pulled Alien Guardians, and then I also got a Mighty Conjuring as well. So yeah, that dude just had like a giant amount of stats to deal with like way before you're supposed to be able to do that.
Yeah. I'm sure this sudden bring up of Siege has nothing to do with what you're playing at the moment.
No, totally not.
No,
I don't
okay.
know what you're talking about.
Cool.
It's crazy that I would even mention that.
Yeah, no, that's such a random thing to just bring up out of nowhere.
Wait, what card did I consume?
Treeminder.
Yeah, alright. Not worth it.
Okay. It's a good start.
I feel a storm coming.
Alright, well you're not doing that much.
Not at the moment.
Swift as the desert wind.
Perfect.
Okay, it's one of those things.
Yeah, it's not the typical one though, I'll say that much.
Let's see. This could be kind of cute.
Damn, I just top decked the silence effects to deal with the zombie.
Hand over the coin.
uh,
Upon the sand.
I guess
Well,
it's-
if you can still silence it, then I'm still kind of screwed then. Oh yeah, I like that guy too. He's fun to play around with.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very cautious about not putting him in lists that don't like perfectly serve him, because if he's just a dead drawer, it's just such a like feel bad. But he definitely works in this one. Man, I just need.
Yeah, especially Corsair ship is like made for that guy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
What could be better?
I guess I'll just get that out of my hand.
Hmm. That could be good, or it could totally not be good.
You won't live.
Ooh. What do you get? Oh, that's fine, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
If I fall this day, may I be sad.
I guess I have to do this, don't I?
Hand over the coin.
Alright, I was really worried that you're gonna try to make me overdraw.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about that. I got my own
I do
thing
that a
going
lot
on.
for people.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
normally I do as well, to be fair, but...
Like as soon as I have the opportunity to like make them like just discard 2 things, I'm like, yeah, I'm disregarding all the other strategy that I had.
yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, this probably isn't the best move, but I'm gonna take the opportunity.
Especially when it's those like greedy ass control decks, and like you see them discard like, oh, Alien Guardians, Siege, like all the crap that their deck like works around. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, sorry, buddy. Stop.
Hmm. I guess we'll do that.
Smell the stench of the living.
I will keep Sothasil's people alive. I will
Did have a lot of good targets for that, but I'm gonna play it a little safe.
Have at you.
Okay. Oh, perfect. How the...
Oh, Edmorn, Nixox is in the deck. I'm not very good with Nixox though, so
It requires...
it never really worked out that well.
It requires so much, like, precise math to get it to work.
Yeah, it's the fact like you have to kind of think of it as like a 2 cost that gives you 5 magicka for that turn. That's how I have to like kind of think about it when I'm like doing the math on like how to play it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I'll goof and I'll like screw it up. That's unfortunate.
repel the Outlanders.
What can we do? What can we do?
Rise, my servant.
I feel like I just have to. I feel like I just have to do it.
Yeah, that's probably the best move there.
If I fall this day, may I eat sand.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Okay.
I drew the 1 card that I'm not supposed to ever draw.
Oh, rough. Have you ever played with Emmerich's Warlord, perchance?
Not really.
Uh-huh.
But I think I've seen this before. I think I've seen this. Yeah, it's Steel Dagger, yeah. Yeah. Oh, telekinesis, hey,
Yeah.
I like that. That's a good one.
Don't worry, I'll make this quick.
Oh my god, it takes so long too.
It's it's like the Journey Ring one. It is so rude.
Yeah, I drew a Mushroom Tower. This
Oh.
was a Singleton one.
Yeah.
I drew Mushroom Tower.
Drawing Mushroom Tower just feels so bad.
Well, yeah, I had them organized like this because I was already going to do a video like about my custom cards because the only place that you can see these are in Schwartz server.
Yeah.
So I already kind of had them like kind of ways that I was going to talk about them whenever I did make that video.
Yeah, no, that's great that they're all organized. Where do you want to start?
We can just go alphabetical, folder by folder. So this
What?
champions one, what is this? If it's the same as on yours.
I've got balance changes, Daedric princes, divinity characters, DOS days, Legends of Tamriel, one-offs,
Okay.
and parry.
Okay, yeah, balance changes then. We'll go there.
Okay. Sweet. Archers
Okay,
stealth.
Yeah, so with a lot of these, I basically made a lot of these to like counter something specific, and uh, with the exception of the dual attribute cards, because like everyone already has like Crusader's Assault, Battle Mages, Onslaught, or whatever. I wanted it. I thought that was cool, but like it really narrows down what a lot of those decks can do. So I wanted to, in some kind of way, make other options for them because I think like what Archer's Gambit, just move a creature and deal 1 damage.
Yeah.
This one was to really heavily lean on like the creatures that like deal I have to read it actually. Give creature lethal at the start of each turn and may deal 1 damage. Kind of like to make control archers kind of interesting to play as. And this would be like an ongoing effect, so they have to like deal with whatever that creature is. Um that was the main idea behind Archer's Stealth. And I made them all, with the exception of the Assassin one that I made. I made them all 3 magic to kind of fit with the other ones that already exist. But I made the Assassin one first, not thinking that I was going to make a whole bunch of other ones. So that way, that's the reason why that one's kind of different.
Yeah.
But we'll get it.
Gotcha.
Is that the next one?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is the next one.
Yeah, so this one, give a creature cover and immune to actions until your next turn. Yeah, and then it can battle an enemy creature. So it's kind of just a way. It kind of was supposed to fit the card art of like,
Yeah.
you're sneaking up on someone, so they can't interact with whatever the card is. Like they can't do anything to try to stop it unless they have something like Earthbone Spinner to silence the effect away. That'd be like the only thing that you can do. And it's just kind of like a removal, a more convoluted way of removing stuff with creature combat. So kind of also helps the like a control assassin type list, because I think most assassins are either just aggressive or they're combo stuff. So yeah, that was the main idea behind that one.
Putting battle and assassin is interesting because that's normally locked to what warrior basically.
Yeah, that was another thing too. Once we start getting into more of these, I wanted to, especially with these balance changes, you're going to see some treasure hunt stuff because, like, other than the Clockwork City, like we never got anything else that does that.
Yeah,
and also it needs some buffs for like those cards to be good. But yeah, we'll get to that. The next one, Battle Mage's Stance, draw an action and item that costs 2 or less from your deck. I mean, Battle Mages are already kind of good at like either. This one was kind of hard to make because like Battle Mage is kind of just a good class in general, doing a bunch of different things. So this was just kind of like, okay, draw. The other ones also draw, but this one's going to be more like, okay, you're actually looking through your deck, so you're only drawing 2 cards, and they have to fit this requirement of costing 2 or less, because that is kind of just a more powerful like effect to have, rather than Battle Mage's Onslaught, where it's just 4 random bullcrap things you don't know what's going to be.
Yeah, Onslaught's not really that good most of the time, unless you're doing like expertise or treasure hunt or something. But
yeah, or like Unite.
True. Yes.
Like so yeah, this is like a more like, okay, maybe there's a combo Battle Mage class that needs a very early kind of thing. So yeah, that Battle Mage's stats pretty simple. Crusader's Rally is the next one. And so I thought about making a control kind of thing, because Crusader's kind of just inherently an aggressive class. But I kind of wanted to I think I ended up just going with like making it like Crusader's Assault, but in a way where like maybe there's a version of that deck where you don't necessarily want to go 2 damage on one creature for just like a turn. You actually want to apply like a buff. So maybe like Token Crusader, you want to apply a buff to a couple of guys
Mhm.
and make them pretty threatening with Breakthrough. So this one was honestly pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean it fits with so many themes of Crusader already.
Yeah. And then Edmorn said, I don't know about ongoing free lethal, but that's an Elena, but every turn. Yeah, but you can only do that 3 times. And like, yeah, it can take out something, but it's hard countered by wards, the same way that like Elena is.
Mm.
So they're talking about the Archer one.
Archer stealth, yeah. I yeah, Archer stealth's an interesting one. I think
It probably would be too broken.
yeah,
But
I was gonna
honestly,
say even
like,
just popping it to 4 cost
yeah, that would probably
might
help it out a
do
lot,
a lot.
or make it more like kind of fitting. But especially that's kind of the hard part about balancing like the 2 color cards, because they can fit in a lot of 3 color stuff actually. So like it'd be like a really good Ebonheart kind of card where
Yes.
there's a lot of lethal creatures and the ramping, so they can actually get to that easy. So that is the tricky part about balancing them.
Yeah,
But
no, absolutely.
one of my favorite ones is up next, Dungeon Cartographer.
Yes, I had a look at this one and I really like this one as well. I had a look at it when you sent me these.
Yeah, so ongoing support, so you don't have to worry about like any uses, but very simple. Your treasure hunt abilities can trigger their abilities multiple times, because the way treasure hunt works now is you get the one off and like you can't ever trigger it again, and I think that's really stupid.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So like having a support option that can let you do that, and hey, it's not unique legendary, so if they just remove it immediately, you at least have some kind of wiggle room to let it happen multiple times if you're doing something really weird with treasure hunt, like the guard one, pulling guards out of your deck or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think would be like a pretty cool one. I think it would just be they still only do their treasure hunt ability once per turn, but it won't go away like the way it does now. That was kind of the main idea.
Yeah. Putting it in neutral's interesting, because I think a lot of treasure hunt decks are strength based anyway, because there's so many good ones in strength. But putting it in neutral kind of opens up the possibility of, I don't know, spell sword or something.
Yeah, exactly. That was my main thing with it too, because like there is a treasure hunt card in every attribute.
Yeah.
So if someone wants to mess around with like the purple one or the like the green one or whatever, like you can do that, or some weird combination of those. That was the main idea behind it.
Yeah.
Next one, Embargo.
I love this one already. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah, so another ongoing support, enemy creatures cannot move. So people have told me like, okay, this is kind of weird because it very specifically targets like one thing, but I think it's fair, because if you're putting this in your deck and you're not going against move, it's a dead card. Like that's kind of the balancing part of it. It's like, okay, it's only good in that one matchup, but it destroys that matchup.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
a lot of those people that don't, or that play move, they don't put like any kind of support removal in there. So maybe this would also kind of like make those decks have to include some of that stuff in there. To if this was actually in the game, they would have to do that, because this card would probably just be its like main killer. And people do like move decks. A lot of people do play those. So.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, yeah, because what move is almost always monk, so they don't have any natural support removal outside of drag and dismantle. So forcing them to think a little bit harder about their deck building and not just typing move into the search bar would probably be a good thing.
Yeah. It's either what in Archer, Monk, or sometimes Assassin.
Yeah.
So a lot of those don't have any support removal other than Archers. So maybe then you start seeing cards like Dismantle come into play because they're cheaper support removal.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
And yeah, Edborn's right. Like what I just said, Archer runs for support removal, but I never see like Dish Nikhil Archer come down. Maybe sometimes Belligerent Giant, but usually the game is over so fast that like those
Yeah.
don't end up mattering.
And like 70% of move decks are monk anyway, so like it's a niche case in a somewhat niche list for Archer move to be running support removal.
Yeah. So yep, that's the idea behind that one. I really like this next one also. Um, so it's Escaped Prisoner. The idea is that it's like every Elder Scrolls character like picking up their first sword.
Yeah.
That's what the idea is. But yeah, so it's a Nord Crusader 1/3 with treasure hunt for items. You just immediately equip whatever that item is onto the Escaped Prisoner. So I mean, I thought like the thing that sucks about some of the treasure hunt cards is that you have to like let it sit there, or you have to like have a way of drawing exactly what that card is looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one where like, hey, it's not a great body. A 1/3 like for 3 isn't that great, but like, hey, if you're running like an item deck and you're very likely to draw items, like this thing could become whatever. uh, the way it would work is like, yeah, even if you draw like dwarven armaments on the very next turn, like yeah, she's gonna equip that and she's gonna be pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
Which some people might think that that's like unbalanced, but you know, if you're going up against controller, it's gonna silence it anyway.
Well,
Like they'll have a way of dealing with it, so I think it would be fine. And it's an epic, so it's kind of I noticed kind of early on, it's like, okay, the common and rares, they're pretty general, like they can fit in a lot of things. Once you start getting to, like the epic and the legendaries, they're very heavily geared towards like a specific kind of deck or like mechanic or whatever.
Hmm.
So that's also kind of something to think about when we go on with these.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, the other thing is, like, I don't think I'd ever call this overpowered, because you either have to, either say Dwarven Armaments are the only items you're running, or you're running heaps of items, and then you have a chance of it just picking up, like, improvised weapon or something anyway, in which case it's kind of negligible value. So, no, I don't think it's unbalanced at all.
yeah. Which a lot of people really did like this one.
Mhm.
It's because people started talking about like, okay, like if you're running this in Guildsworn and you have like any of the blue cards that like tutor items in, like
Yeah.
like you could start doing some pretty cool stuff with it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think Guildsworn would be a great class for this to go into.
I think the only card that would be disappointing is if you played a Sentinel Reclaimer after it, because it wouldn't give you this the steel sword. The way that I'm assuming it would work is it would just give you the dagger
It'll
because
give
that's
you
the
the
first
dagger.
one.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point.
But yeah,
How do
that's
you
escape.
how do you think this would work with, say, Cloak and Dagger? Would it equip both?
It would probably actually break the game on that one, like what happened in our game.
With Manic Jack. Okay, no, that's fair. That's alright. We need a couple game breaking cards anyway.
Yeah, just for some spice. It's not a Bethesda game if there's not game breaking bugs.
No, exactly.
All right, yeah,
Uh,
Mage's Focus. So like this one probably is kind of like a lame one to most people because you're just putting like either the Ice Spike or the Execute into your hand. But I feel like since most things running Mage either are control or they're just like token, like they're actually more aggressive. Mage is usually not like that common to see. I think like just as it is,
hmm.
it's usually like uh those colors are just like constantly played in 3-color decks. So this was just kind of like a simple like utility thing. Like, hey, maybe you really need to kill an Oblivion Gate, and your deck is just only geared towards like things like javelins and stuff for like hard removal. So maybe you need something like kind of cheap relatively early um, to put down. And then Ice Spike, that's just kind of like, all right, you're using this card to draw another one. Basically,
Yeah.
it's kind of like the current mage card where it's like it's not good because it's 3 magic to draw 1 card and you're dealing 1 damage, dealing 1 health. That's like not super great. Um, I don't know. I kind of made it like this one. I'm not gonna lie, kind of sucks.
Do you think reducing the actions costs to 0 would be too overpowered, or like would that be the boost that it needs?
I would say maybe if it just like maybe for Ice Spike if it got, I think because one's a 2 cost, one's a 1 cost. So
Yeah.
if I just put like and then reduce it by 1,
Yeah.
executes free, and
Yeah.
then Ice Spike would be a deal 2 damage draw 1 card. I think saying that would probably make it fine
Yeah.
and better. Like it would probably
Yeah.
actually be that some person would use in like a combo kind of thing where they're just dropping a ton of actions. That might have been the idea I had behind it too. Is like, okay, it's just an action that these like mage combo things can do for those cards that care about that.
Yeah, with like Crystal Tower, Crafter, or whatever.
Yeah, because I will say to everyone, a lot of these cards I made like 2 years ago, so it is kind of usually they're pretty easy to like kind of get an idea of what I was thinking. But
Yeah.
yeah, it is. Some of them like this one, it's like okay, it's kind of bland. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, I think, yeah, there's potential with the idea, kind of trying to do a somewhat similar thing to the current mage cut action, but yeah,
Yeah,
definitely interesting.
but yeah, we can move on to the next one.
Monk's Meditation.
Yeah, so give 2 friendly creatures in the same lane the ability to pilfer and draw a card. Um, I really like the Unrelenting Siege thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a fun deck to play. So this was kind of like a way to give Monk some draw power. Because the current Monk card is like more of a move card.
Mhm.
Since it has that mechanic, and it's kind of like a somewhat way to get back into the game because it gives a drain. So this one I wanted to make not for move at all, really. I mean, like you could, but like this the reason why I put the stipulation that the creatures have to be in the same lane is because like if you are playing move monk, you have to spend extra magicka to kind of set that up because you're moving your cards so much.
Mm-hmm.
And then giving 2 creatures the ability to pilfer and draw a card was the primary idea there. Just to give monks some draw power, even though they're not really hurting for it, but it's just kind of a utility thing.
And it's a cheaper alternative as well to the 6 cost creature. I forget what it's called. Gives all friendly creatures in the lane pilfer draw a card.
Yeah, maybe the only other stipulation I put on this is that it only lasts for a turn. Because
Yeah.
technically the way it's written right now, they would just permanently have that. But I mean, maybe like if you're playing like that siege thing, it's just a bunch of 1/1 guys, so they're pretty easy to kill anyway.
Yes.
I think it would be kind of fine either way.
I think either would be manageable. But yeah, no, definitely very useful effect on that one.
Yeah, we can move on to Nether Swap.
Yeah, this one's interesting. Shuffle a card from your hand into your deck, then draw a card.
Yeah, okay, so I primarily made this one. I think just right off the bat, it could probably cost like 2, and it would be fine.
Yeah.
But I figured most people that would run this is because what I would run this in is my singleton, where I always draw freaking Mushroom Tower when I don't want to, and you want to put it in, you want to put it back in so it can eventually get pulled out for whatever reason. Because a lot of combo decks like have that kind of issue. Like maybe you don't want to actually play the card, you want it to come out of your deck for free. I know you would probably like this because you like doing your Alduin kind of stuff.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I thought of. Is that you can technically do it with the game as it is, but it's like a multi-card combo and very annoying to do. So having a way to do it automatically would be amazing. I mean, even just for alter Altar of Despair lists in general, like this could be pretty good if you're wanting to pull something out of Altar instead of play it.
Yeah, exactly. Anything that could be in blue and like would want to do that, I think would be a help. The naming for this one is based off of a spell in a Divinity Original Sin,
Oh, okay.
where basically you can pick two targets and they just swap places. So I was like, like you have Alduin, maybe you're just gonna swap him with something else in your deck,
Yeah.
and
Yep,
they're
yep.
switching places.
No, fair.
And I also thought that having more stuff like this that actually, because like we have things like Galen that put things in your deck, or like Midnight Burial, kind of it puts stuff in the discard pile. But I feel like there's not quite enough of that, like other CCGs and TCGs. Yeah, also Edmorn made a good point. You could also put back prophecies.
Yes.
So
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
good way of like mitigating damage if you're against aggro.
Mm.
Yeah. I kind of forgot where I was going with that before I saw what Edmorn said.
You're saying other CCGs have like
Oh
effects?
yeah. So like one that I play kind of not super often because I'm actually not a big card game person. Is like the Pokemon one where like so many of the cards are like pull something out of your deck and then like just shuffle your deck afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously it's a physical game, so like okay, you're looking through your deck, it's kind of broken to be able to like look through your deck and see like what's coming up next. So the ability to like pull something out and shuffle it is like very common in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like Legends could probably do well with like something like that other than what we currently have.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. No, this is cool. I really like this one. Definitely. I could do a lot of stupid stuff with that.
Yeah, that's also part of this balance changing things to make people able to do stupid stuff.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, Risen Lich.
Mm.
So this one's one of my first cards, so the text on it's kind of weird. But anyway, it's supposed to be like one of those endurance cards that are just like ridiculously overstated for when you play them, but they have like a little bit of a downside.
Yeah.
Like the 7/7 that gets shackled every time your opponent plays a creature. So this one, if it's in your hand on turn one, he then costs one, but then he gains the summon ability that you shackle him on summon. So then he's not able to attack until turn 3, I think. The way it works, because he would be shackled, you'd end your first turn. Then the way shackle works is he's able to attack on turn 2, but since he's shackled, that's when it comes off when you end turn 2. So yeah, it'd be basically like playing a young mammoth that doesn't have breakthrough, but you're getting it down as board presence like really early for your opponent to deal with. Or it also can go into like self-silence where bam, you play it and you play like one of the 0-cost silence card.
Yeah.
Like bam, yeah, you just dumped a bunch of cards on turn 1 to do that. But now you have a 4/4 on turn 1 that can attack.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah.
And also, yeah, I like skeletons, so
Uh-huh.
I think they're fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, lots of things about this all make sense. It would feel... So, if you played this on... If you didn't get it in turn 1, it would just be a 4/4 for 4, right?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and it wouldn't have that
It
shackle
wouldn't have
thing.
that.
It
Okay.
would be a vanilla 4/4.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Oh man, this next one's going to be complicated to explain.
Okay.
1 second. All right, so Scout's Reconnaissance. So you select a card in your opponent's discard pile, and when your opponent draws another copy of that card, you also draw a card. Okay, this is kind of weird because it's not like any action in the game that have if they have a constant effect, it's usually something on the board. So I don't really know how this would play out in the game, how it would look.
Mm.
But the main reason why I made this was because a lot of the people that do stuff like Parthenax loops and basically anything like involving like discard pile shenanigans, or even just like in a mid-range kind of thing, like okay, they probably have 3 javelins and you would like to capitalize on when they get those cards that for sure that they have multiples of.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just like being able to draw, like you're playing one card to draw potentially in the future
Yeah.
is kind of like the balancing part of it because you don't know if those cards are ever going to come up. They might be playing a singleton and it's never going to happen. Um, but this is a 3 of, so you can pick 3 different cards if they all come up like in that way.
Mhm.
Um, and then if they Galen something and you're able to make a very hard read on what they Galened, maybe then like there's like some kind of mind games being played there if you know the matchup pretty well. That's kind of another thing to think about with this one. This one's kind of hard to wrap your head around a little bit.
I tell you what would be great for this is if you could get it on your opponent's Bandari.
Yeah, something like that. Or
Or
like they're
Elusive Schema would be the other one.
yeah, and then or things like Steel Dagger when you're going up against like those item combo stuff
Mhm.
that draw a bunch of like you'd be drawing a lot of cards yourself every time those come down.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely see the vision. I think it is one that you'd have to like be playing against the right person though, right? Like if, as you say, if you come up against someone on Singleton Dagoth, like there's probably nothing there that's going to help you. But if you come up against someone who's on, as you say, Galen or Bandaris or Schemas or any like Midnight Burial type stuff, then you could definitely get some good value.
Yeah, exactly. I
Uh,
think we can move on to the next one. I don't have much else to say about that one.
yeah, no, that's all good.
Sorcerer's Protection. So when you play this action, if you currently have a creature with ward in play, your character avatar also gets a ward. I think it's really cool that that's like a thing that's in the game, but only like 2 cards do that. So this would be a way for a slower sorcerer deck to kind of try to stabilize against more aggressive things. Particularly things that only have like against decks that are aggressive, but they don't like flood the board like very early.
Yeah.
So you could play like Wardcrafter against like a 3/3, and they're probably just gonna go face anyway. They're gonna ignore the Wardcrafter. So then, bam, you play this on the very next turn. Now they have to kind of deal with the fact that you have a ward on your face that early.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm guessing this would work like Unite or whatever, where if the conditions aren't met, you just can't play it.
Yeah, it would be like that.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, no, I agree. The fact that there's only 2 cards in the game that can give you a face ward is kind of a shame. So yeah, no, I definitely think that one would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, especially because aggro is kind of like I'd say really like I don't want to say aggro is like the best thing, but it's kind of like the most efficient, and I think that's why a lot of people just play aggro because you're just getting. It's better to just play a bunch of games and win a good amount of those than playing something like Control, where you're like, especially if you're like me, you're trying to be like efficient with your time playing the game, and you want to get like a lot of games and try to rank up as fast as possible. So this is just kind of a way to mitigate the fact that like a lot of people do play aggro. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few niche cases as well. If you're up against someone on like Pilfer or something, this could definitely slow them down for that. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
depending on which one it is, because it does suck against things like tokens where they just have a bunch of like shitty little 1/1 guys, so they could break the ward with that and then attack with something bigger.
yes,
That's kind of the way all the base wards work anyway.
yeah, no, exactly. If they have a recruit on the board, then there's almost no point playing it anyway.
Yeah, so I think it would be fine the way it is.
Yeah,
And I like that one.
yeah, no, yeah, perfectly reasonable. Spell Swords Swarm. Speaking of tokens,
Yeah, right into it. I really like the spell sword idea of they summon a bunch of just like little shitty Imperial grunts.
yeah,
But my issue with it is like sometimes you just like you drop a bunch of like 1/1 guys and they just get taken out immediately. They don't have like any impact when they come down.
yeah,
So yeah, you're summoning 2 1/1s that have charge, but the whole thing with spell sword also. If it's later in the game, they have things like Divine Fervor. Maybe they're doing something weird with like training grounds. You know, you could actually get some pretty good like synergy going on where these guys are like coming down as 1/1s, but not really. They're buffed and they have charge, so it kind of is a way for that deck to also have reach in a certain way. And kind of like what you said earlier with like the assassin card, Spellsword doesn't really have any charge creatures in it, I think, at all for the most part.
Shadowmere. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a neutral.
Yeah. No, I think that's the only one the Spellsword has access to, though. So, yeah, no, that would be an interesting dynamic. Yeah, because I mean, reach.
I do want to.
No, go on.
Yeah, and I kind of forgot that it says like, okay, when you summon an Imperial Grunt this turn, so it does require the fact that you have to play those cards that generate those. So like, you know, you could do like on turn 7, you could play this and then Imperial Reinforcements, and hopefully you have like things buffing those little guys when they come down. So bam, you just got like a ton of reach on a bunch of little guys that you can be kind of versatile with, depending on what the situation is.
Yeah, it's definitely not a turn 3 card, probably ever, but yeah, for tokens in that late game, it could definitely make a big difference.
Yeah, so yep, that's Spellsword Sword. I liked that one. I think that's there's still going to be the Warrior card coming up eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this next one.
I know exactly what this is for.
Yeah, it's funny because it was someone was talking about it on stream, like just Alien Guardians, like they're the only thing in the game that have the lethal immunity, I think.
No, Hulking Scalon.
Oh yeah, he does too.
Not that anyone ever plays that, but you know.
even though it's a really good card.
It's a really good card. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it'd be a way to just check those 2 cards, primarily Alien Guardians, because it's a charge. It's gonna take one of them out, and if they played Alien Guardians on their turn 11, and you have 2 of these, you can just easily take them out on your turn 12.
Yeah.
So yeah, you don't have to worry about them. But yeah, I think it was Denise. She made like the joke. I wish there was something like this, and I would want it to say spiteful in the name, and I was like, yeah. Because that's how I feel when someone plays Alien Gardens. I'm pretty spiteful.
Yeah. And another benefit is that it works with Odin as well.
Yep. That guy too also works with Mentor's Ring too. Gives something charge and lethal, so.
True. Yes. Yep.
Some combo potential.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, yeah, I think that's great. I think that's that would help a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, the next one also, you know, this one's this one was
right.
kind of
yeah. No, I looked at this one as well. Yeah.
This one was kind of a joke as well. It's kind of like I remember when I made it and Schward covered it in one of his videos. I specifically put it in a server. I was like, "This is just a fucking Vade card, just because."
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't probably seriously consider putting this in. But yeah, it's an item on summon. It would banish everything that has the word invade from your opponent's deck, and then also if they have anything in their hand, they just can't invade.
Excellent.
while this is on something. So yeah, you would hard counter the one deck. And it would be useless in every other matchup, other than the stat gains.
Yeah. I do think there should be, like... I think they should have put something on Martin Septim that, like, somewhat countered Invade, whether it was, I don't know, affected, like, the Oblivion Portal's health total, or blocked Invade for a turn or something. The fact that there is just, like, nothing at all that's, like, designed to counter Invade is kind of weird, but...
Yeah, I mean, most of the mechanics, and that's why like I made things like Embargo. Most of the mechanics don't have like
that's
a hard counter other than just killing stuff.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah. But yeah, this one's pretty simple, just kind of funny, and fucking Vade.
Fucking Vade, yeah, absolutely.
All right, yeah, Warrior's Taunt. So the current Warrior card sucks a lot.
That's so bad. Yeah,
it's not good. So this one, I wanted to lean into that self-harm warrior kind of archetype that there is. So yeah, you would deal 1 damage to all enemy creatures in a lane for each of your own friendly wounded creatures that you have in that lane as well. So at most, you could deal 4 damage to everything in your opponent's lane. Um, I know it is kind of weird because a lot of the good self-harm warrior decks, they also rely on like, okay, yeah, you damage your own guys, but then you heal them so they can keep getting their buffs. So, it would be something that's kind of like thought-provoking. Are you going like all in on like the aggro and not really doing any of the healing stuff, just buffing your own guys? And then you want this as a way to like, they play like uh Golden Initiate, so you have 3 wounded creatures, you can bam wipe that out. You don't have to worry about it. You have to like spend silence on it or anything.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of fitting into a similar space as Burn and Pillage,
yeah,
but
yeah.
just for a slightly different play style.
yeah. That was the main goal behind it. Is like, hey, like, uh, this is an archetype that just like it's okay. It's definitely not like terrible, but it could use something to make it stand out more and possibly be a bit more competitive.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. I think adding just like, well, especially because like Wounded Warrior or whatever is so reliant on stuff like, the guy that deals 1 damage to everything in the lane, the red card.
Yeah, the
What is he called?
Pyromancer.
Pyromancer. Yeah, that's the one. So, like, already there's a good chance all of your opponent's creatures have already taken some damage as well. So just using this as the extra push to clear out some guards or drain, as you say, could definitely make a big difference in those matchups.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it for what I would say. I think most of these cards would vary up a lot of things what like that people play. Um, Things like self arm warrior would probably be pretty common to see, and it'd be kind of cool to see that kind of thing cooler. So that was the idea behind that first batch of cards there.
Yep, absolutely. Should we get into the Daedric Princes?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know there's a couple parry cards that are outside of the parry one. Do we need to look at those?
They're outside of it.
I think in one of the other folders there was another parry card. Do you want to cover parry before we get to that, or
Yeah, we can.
yeah, just so that we don't have to explain it twice or whatever.
I'll probably for the ones that I guess that are outside. Because I'm looking at the Dropbox folder, but like on my PC.
Right.
So I don't think it's going to update immediately if you move stuff in there. But I'll probably just look off of yours, or if you can read it off to me,
Okay.
that'd be great.
So you want to
But I
go?
will. Yeah, I need to actually like look up what my what my idea behind what the mechanic was actually going to be. So it'll take me a second to find that.
That's all good.
Okay. So this is exactly what I had said when I came up with these cards. Uh, Said, so I've always wanted something in the game that would benefit games where your opponent just trades all their bigger creatures into yours and you don't get a lot of benefit. So I came up with the keyword parry. In game, it would say something along the lines of when a creature with parry is damaged by an enemy creature, it may attack on your opponent's turn. Um, and it could also have like just that as a vanilla effect, or it could apply a bonus when it's triggered. So kind of like expertise or treasure hunt, like it'll trigger, and there might be something else like cool attached to it.
Yeah.
And they're probably very wildly imbalanced because that's something that's just not in the game.
Yeah. No, that's all
But
good.
so the first one is a charging strike. So you would just permanently give a creature the ability to parry, and whenever that would trigger, it would gain +2 attack. So, and it's an archer. I don't think for any particular reason, honestly.
Oh,
I don't think there's a particular reason why I put it in archer, but maybe I did it because it would help out like mid range. That was the primary idea. Is like it sucks when your opponent is just playing big stuff and they're just killing your stuff, your smaller guys, because you're playing something like I would say like the Unrelenting Siege, something
Yeah.
along those lines, or like spell sword tokens, where all you have is a bunch of like little guys, and you want something to kind of like help them out if they have enough health to survive an attack.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it makes sense to me. Desert Wanderer.
Yeah. So she's a 1/4. So kind of good stats, but like they're in a weird way. But I gave her more health so she could withstand some of the early game creatures that are kind of common that you see.
Mhm.
And if she's attacked, then she'll gain +2/+2. So she'll at least become, at the very least, a 3/3. She got hit by a 1/1, and I think a lot of the early cards, like the cards that come down as a 1 cost, they need the ability to compete a little bit in some way with 2 cost cards, because half of your games start with the ring. So most people just ring out a 2 drop like immediately,
Yeah.
and I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
So whenever I do make 1 cost cards, I try to make them like competitive with 2 or even some 3 drops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean it's a fairly simple effect, but it's definitely a like powerful one.
Yeah, and they might be playing something where. Also, I gave it these stats because you could also slot it into something red that's using a lot of things like the Assassin's Bow, just those items that only like give attack buffs, nothing else.
Yeah, yeah,
And then Edmund says, I feel like it makes more sense for ongoing effects to be items, as that's currently how mechanically it works in game. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't have to be that way. It could be cool to have some actions that like do weird things that like supports or even items can do.
yeah. Well, I mean you have. I guess that's not ongoing though. I was going to say you've got stuff like Crusaders Assault, but that is just for a turn.
I mean, it's kind of like lesser ward. It gives something a ward,
Yeah,
or
that's true.
or the manic mutation. Like it gives something a constant keyword for the rest of the time that it's in game.
Yep, yep. No, that's a good point.
All right, the Ebony Warrior.
Mm.
So this is supposed to be like the big guy
Yeah.
for like the parry mechanic, right? Like, so he has good stats. Obviously more health related because he has to get hit for his ability. But he would also have breakthrough to kind of help finish out a game if your opponent starts putting guards down and you haven't finished the game yet. But his parry ability would be he cannot be targeted by actions until an enemy creature actually damages him. I think I wrote this wrong.
Right.
I think a lot of these have like had an edit, but I think I didn't edit this one. It would actually be kind of reversed. He couldn't be damaged by actions or targeted by actions until he got hit.
Yeah.
Basically. And he would just have parry like normally. So this one's kind of incorrect the way that I wanted it to be.
Right. So it'd more be breakthrough, comma parry, separate line, cannot be targeted by actions. Da 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 da.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
Because the idea is like, okay, you want to play this big static guy. Your opponent just can't remove it immediately. They have to actually like do something to it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
and I think that's something that a lot of those big cards suffer from is like, something like the 10/10 guy that pulls the highest cost thing out of your discard pile. Like
Yes.
that's a good effect, but he never does it
He
because
never gets to stick around. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, and then we have low blow.
Mm-hmm.
So you just give the creature the ability to parry, and they'll draw an item out of your deck. So even though it's in warrior, it could help like maybe like a Daggerfall kind of deck where you're actually trying to use those item synergies.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't think there's really this is kind of a simple one as well. It's kind of like when they make like a whole expansion, they kind of have like filler cards to like kind of help the mechanic, but like it's kind of like very simple, like on the level of being like, okay, just draw an item out of your deck if you invade, if that was like a thing. Just like something that could be in a couple different things outside of something just heavily dedicated to parry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like Serethi Scion often shows up in lists that aren't really focused around rally because it's just a decent one drop.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Or
very
like,
simple. It's very basic, but it's a solid card that you can just pop in.
yeah, it gives utility to some things that maybe like they don't have that ability, or maybe you're doing something weird.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's yeah. Seems reasonable.
The next one I like a lot.
Moonmoth Brawler.
Yeah. Also,
Oh,
I like the
okay.
art that I found for this one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So again, it's like all these other parry creatures, they're more defensively statted. But he has the parry ability. So when he's hit, he will silence enemy creatures that he damaged, like as they attacked.
hmm
Um, and my idea was like, okay, it's a guy fighting with his fist. If a guy with a giant sword came up to him, his main primary like focus would be trying to disarm him.
Yeah, yeah.
So like, it's
Gotcha.
like they would like stack an item or something, or if it's just anything, like he'll silence them. That's kind of like the way of disarming creatures in the game.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah, so I thought it was kind of cute to do it in that way.
Yeah. No, that's definitely powerful affection, especially if you found some way to. Well, there are ways, but if you manage to get guard on it as well, you could definitely cause some problems.
Yeah, like make that's why like none of these have guard, is because like that would be kind of busted if they just flat out had it, because then your opponent's creatures have to interact with it.
Yeah.
But there's ways of doing that already in the game. So like I was like, all right, well, if you're building a deck around this, you would probably do that anyway.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. No, that one's great.
Oh yes, and then Edmorn brings up a good point.
Yeah.
It would help pattern out a bunch, and that's why most of them are in the Ebonheart
Uh,
colors.
uh, all of them, right?
Yeah, I guess they
Yeah.
all are. I'm not looking at the whole list, but yeah, that was the primary reasoning for the colors, because I think Ebonheart, like veteran, just sucks.
It's
Like it's terrible.
yeah. No, it's just worse. Slay. Um.
And
Yeah.
And it's like the fact that those creatures have to survive a turn to maybe get their effect off, and then they also have to survive whatever attack that they just did. This is kind of like the inverse of that, where like, yeah, your opponent has to like interact with these, or like you might be able to get these buffs.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's yeah. Evan Hart needs the help in terms of veteran, definitely.
Yeah. All right. So patient warrior, 3 cost 3/4. Every time she's attacked, she just restores 1 health.
Mhm.
So I mean, it's a common card, so it's just kind of like it would be meant to be like filler in a way.
Yeah.
But having 3/4 kind of just makes it better than um, vanilla stuff at 3. So
Mhm.
it's at least better than a 3/3. But if you are going against someone who's doing the stupid unrelenting siege kind of stuff, they cannot hit this, because it's just gonna she's just basically just gonna kill it. She will get wounded, but she's gonna go right back up to 4 health if 1/1 hits her.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she just gets to take something out with like almost no risk. Um, but yeah, pretty simple one as well.
Yeah. I feel like this one would be be really good in arena.
Yeah, that's kind of my idea too with the common and rares, because that's
Mhm.
primarily what you get in arena. Is like,
Yeah.
okay, they at least should have some kind of use in that kind of setting as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And then yeah, Rockbiter Ogre. As you can tell, I like doing Oblivion references. Yeah, so it's a 5/4. It has parry, so when this is attacked, it'll give another creature. Well, actually, it can give any creature +1/+2, and I think that's pretty unique. It can fit in a lot of different things, like self harm warrior, like maybe some kind of weird veteran deck where you're doing like a lot of rallies, just like another way. Like if this thing was big, because it got rallied, it's now also applying buffs by taking those extra hits.
Yeah.
And it can also be weird. You can like it can get hit and it can just like heal itself, basically, and like it kind of in a weird way, it can kind of heal itself.
Yeah. True.
You
True.
would be able to target it. Yeah, you would be able to target itself with it, and I think that gives it a lot of utility.
Yeah, it'll be great with Marauder Chieftain. Yeah.
Yeah, which one is Marauder Chieftain? I
That's
forget.
if it's the one I'm thinking of. It's the 1/5. When another creature gains power, it gains that much power. It's the
Oh yeah,
like four
yeah,
cost orc.
yeah,
Yeah, that would be another good or decent combo just to constantly be buffing stuff.
yeah. And I mean, yeah, these are all like in Ebonheart colors,
Hmm.
but it just gives things like warrior, maybe like archer, some kind of weird ways of applying buffs because they don't do that really outside of just putting items on stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, yeah, steel quarterstaff. So I really like quarterstaffs in games. I don't know
Uh-huh.
why. But so it gives +3 health. So it's kind of helping a parry centric deck, but it's also the fact that this is going to give the ability uh, for a creature to parry. I've thought it was more important for it to just be like a defensive boost.
Hmm.
So kind of like the Moonmoth Brawler, discard any items equipped on the creature that attacked this creature. So every time it's attacked, if that thing had items, they just go away. They get discarded.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Oh, and I think my inspiration for this was the character in Rogue One, the blind guy with the staff,
Oh
who's like knocking
yes.
people's weapons out of their hands.
Yep,
That
yep,
was
yep.
the idea.
Gotcha.
I thought that was cool. Probably wouldn't. I mean, as a 4 cost item, I think it's giving decent enough utility. The stat buff is okay enough to consider putting it in a deck if it actually existed.
Hmm.
So yeah, kind
Yep.
of another simple one, but
Yeah.
I think it'd be kind of useful.
Yeah. No, definitely. Tale of the Pugilist. Oh, this one's interesting.
Yeah, all right. So again, defensively static because he's meant to take a hit. But if he gets hit on that next turn, your next turn after he gets hit, he can attack twice.
Hmm.
So as is, he would be able to deal like 4 damage. But you could do that multiple times, so you can split it. So there's some utility there. But hey, you could just slap a giant item on him and have a ton of reach, possibly really early. So
Yeah, yeah.
he would be really good for the aggressive list that like do things with swift strike, like decks that already kind of do that, like an archer.
Hmm.
It'd be good, especially because people probably would see this and be like, okay, 2/5, that's not a big deal. I can trade a thing or two into this and deal with it. And then you have to remember, if they have parry, they can immediately attack like back, even if it's the opponent's turn.
Yeah, yeah.
So this thing would actually be kind of a monster. I'm not gonna lie. Now that I'm really
Yeah,
thinking about it.
this could be vicious in the right list. Um, but I guess that is the thing, is you do have to put it in the right list.
Yeah, and like yeah, the enemy does have to actually be like, okay, is it worth attacking that thing right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Because if they don't attack it, then yeah, you don't get any kind of benefit off of that.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah, this one would go nuts in Wounded Warrior. Most of
yeah,
these
yeah.
would. I did make them all very heavily like defensively statted.
Yeah, which I mean makes sense given the mechanic. They kind of have to be for it to be worth running at all.
Yeah. So yep, that's the para mechanic. I think it would be interesting to have something like weird like that as a small set of cards, kind of like Treasure Hunt.
Mhm.
Where like, okay, yeah, you don't need to necessarily build a deck around them, but like you could have a couple of utility cards sprinkled in for some weird kind of interaction.
Mhm. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I think it's yeah, I mean new mechanics are always nice and it's certainly an interesting one.
And you said there were other parry cards outside of that folder, but I don't
Yeah,
know which one.
there's like one somewhere. I had a brief look through these the other day. I can't remember. I don't think it's one of the Daedric Princes, but there is one that shows up somewhere. But we'll get there eventually.
Right. Yeah, if it's just one, then we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. We'll get into the Daedric Princes.
Yeah. So I had fun with these.
Yeah, yeah, no. I mean, you've seen them, but I've had a go at making Daedric Prince cards as well, and they're a lot of fun trying to work out what a appropriate mechanic would be.
Yeah, and that was my thing was okay. I'm gonna try to make a mechanic that makes sense for that Daedric Prince and on some level with the lore,
Yeah.
and also just to give every mechanic kind of something new to play with, and then also just a ton of like big bodies. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Do
Um,
you want to
now,
explain what manifest means?
yes, I need to also look that one up. All right, so because all of these guys are designed for the most part to be like a finisher kind of thing. Um, so they are very evenly spread as much as I could that like in a way that made sense. They have one at least for every attribute and every like kind of class. So there's one for like Dagoth. I think the only thing that's missing is maybe like Spell Sword, maybe. But there's an option for like almost everything. But the idea is like, okay, these are like just a bunch of big cards, and it would be absolutely busted if someone just slotted in like as many Daedric Princes as they could have like in a deck. Even if they don't like mechanically synergize well with each other.
Hmm.
So the limiting thing with Manifest is that um, no matter what, you can only have one Manifest card in the deck. So only one Daedric Prince. You can't copy them. You can't duplicate them. You can't even like pull them out of the discard pile and do like weird shenanigans with them because like they're gods. Like why would there be two Azuras? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. And then so the actual keyword would read that the card gets banished after 2 turns. So they have their turn where they're summoned. If they have any kind of summon ability, that'll go off, and then they get a turn to attack. And then after they get that attacking turn, they just automatically get banished.
Yeah.
So that way, also people can't do any like weird things. Like again, like I said, pulling them back. Yeah, and they would also, or whoever that is, they make a good point. Me, when I get a Zera from my Balmora Spymaster, they would be totally out of the pool for like random effects.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, there's already cards that don't show up, and I don't think the singleton cards are available in the random effect pools, so there's already precedent for stuff to be eliminated from those anyway.
yeah, and Parthenax will never give you Call Dragon. Like they're that's kind of a
Yes.
thing already in the game anyway.
Yeah. So no, I think it makes perfect sense. So the point is that you can put one Daedric Prince in your list, and you get to play them once, and that is it.
Yeah, because again, they're designed to be like some kind of finisher or some kind of uh basically like a get back kind of thing, get back into the game or win more if you're that far ahead.
Yeah.
So yeah, Azura here, they're all basically 12 costs for the most part, because they're basically designed, like I said, end game finishers. But yeah, she's a 10/10. She does have charge, so she's able to immediately attack. And I put her in assassin for the reason that like dark elves, that's like the dark elf color kind of,
Yes.
and then dark elves worship Azura
Yeah.
pretty heavily. But yeah, she also has the whole moon and sun thing going on, so I did wax and wane. I felt like that was an appropriate one. On a wax turn, she would just get drained, so bam, instant heal for 10, and maybe you go face with that, or you hit a big creature and you get a lot of health. And then on the wane turn, she gets guard, but there'd be ways for her to get both. So kind of a more defensive thing, but she does have a lot of reach attached to her as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a good amount of Wax Wayne cards that are very good in Assassin already as well, so it makes sense for that class.
Yeah, especially because um, the Rebellion General would also be in that deck list. So yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans that could happen with it, but I think because again, it's a one-off thing.
Yeah.
It's probably fine.
And Wax Wayne's not a particularly like it's very far from being the strongest mechanic in the game. So having a little bit of extra stuff that it can interact with is probably not a bad thing.
The assassin one, or the assassin version, is definitely the worst one because the Wax and Wayne monk is definitely a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's also why she's not in monk, because she would be absolutely busted in the monk version of that deck.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, we can move on to Boethia.
Boethia.
Boethia is very simple. Not able to be targeted by actions and has breakthrough. So just a big dumb thing because that's their deal. They're all about combat, and it is a veteran, so maybe if you're doing rally, it probably has gotten buffed, and yeah, it can't be targeted by actions because I hate the fact that like so many big bodies just get removed immediately. So like, yeah, this guy is gonna come in, he's gonna swing, and he's gonna deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean it's just as you say, fits Rena in just being a big chunky creature that's annoying to deal with.
Yeah. Clavicus Vile is kind of interesting though. So he would have the mana, or really what I should have said is like you could only have one Daedric Prince. So like the Daedric Prince creature tag would be what is like limiting you to only having one and not being duplicated, all that stuff.
Right.
Because this guy, he doesn't have Manifest because it'll be possible for him to stick around longer, but that's because he summons Barbas, and when that copy of Barbas is destroyed, then Clavicus Vile would get banished.
Mm-hmm.
So he is the only one that would be able to stick around for multiple turns. That's also why he has slightly lower stats, and he's also not really a warrior. He's the god of like bartering, so it didn't make sense to just make him a giant body like the other ones.
Yeah.
But Edmorn, you would only have one Daedric Prince at all, like ever.
Yeah. So just to clarify, Manifest is the part that causes them to be banished after 2 turns. The Daedric Prince type is what limits them to not be able to be duplicated, only one in the list, and so on.
Yeah. The message I read earlier where I said Manifest does that, that was my idea at the time, but I was like, well, I didn't give this guy Manifest, so that would potentially lead to some broken things.
Mm-hmm.
But I also, thought it was cute, like Barbas is already in the game, and Barbas has some utility attached to him.
Yeah.
So kind of a cute way to reference that in the lore.
Yeah, because they're already very attached to each other.
Yeah. Then we have Hermaeus Mora. This one's probably the most Hearthstone-y card that I've ever made. Because it has summon, give all friendly creatures in your hand and deck through random keywords. That's pretty insane. Luckily, It only happens once, and it's happening at the earliest in a strictly like non-ramp kind of scenario. It's happening on turn 12, maybe turn 11. But I mean, yeah, it's just like a super Munda Stone with a body attached to it.
Yeah.
It is kind of crazy, but Hermaeus Mora, I've noticed in the game, they like to do like the tomes or whatever, like the potions that give like random keywords, and that's primarily in intelligence. And I was like, well, that kind of sounds like something that Hermaeus Mora followed by 2 uprisings. Yeah, I mean, there's some abilities probably wouldn't be able to be duplicated either, because that was the main point of like not being able to do that to them.
Yeah.
Like they exist outside of like any way of. Well, okay, I think the easiest way to say it is just like they're only getting their ability off one time. Like, there's no way to do it. There's no way to do it again.
Yeah.
They because they're princes, they're Daedric princes. They exist like outside of like all that. They're more powerful than that.
They're gods. They're not susceptible to dark rebirth.
Yeah, that'd be that'd be like the reasoning behind it.
Yeah. No, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty broken one, but you could, I mean, you could definitely low roll it as well. So
Yeah, I know you could get a bunch of guys with like regenerate and well, okay, so I put 3 because 3 keywords is like at least you're gonna get one of them that's good on a creature that's like just vanilla and doesn't have any already. At least one of them's gonna be okay,
mhm.
and even if you low rolled, but I mean if you have something like well, no, that's red and this is blue. But I was just saying, like as an example, if you had something that's like stacked with a lot of keywords already, like red and Forerunner, and then this got 3 more keywords on top of that, then it's kind of insane.
Yeah, this would make Nereid Sisters incredibly playable all of a sudden.
Yeah, that whole keyword kind of soup deck that one content creator made a lot.
Yeah.
This would definitely help that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, interesting effect. Definitely, yeah. Very, yeah, Hearthstone-y, as you say.
Yeah.
Hercene.
Yeah, it's her scene, Master of the Hunt.
Mm.
So, an archer, because that seemed the most fitting.
Yeah.
Because archer's hunt. But he has charge and lethal, so he can instantly kill something or just deal a ton of face damage. And he also deals 1 damage to all enemy creatures, so he also nukes the board. As long as there's no wards, he will kill everything. So unless there's something with a guard and ward in front of him, he's going to wipe out the board and just hit you right in the face. And I wanted that kind of that ability there because we already have aspect of her scene, and it does something similar. Like it's usually used as a finisher.
Mm.
You hardly ever see the guard version of it because that's just way worse.
Mm.
But yeah, that was the main inspiration for this. Just like, yeah, no, it's him. He's just coming straight for you. He's gonna kill you because he's hunting you.
He's hunting you, exactly. Yeah, no, I mean, it makes... Everything about it makes sense. I will say it is hard countered by Alien Guardians, but, you know, I think that's an Alien Guardian problem. That's not a Hercene problem.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he's pretty simple. So,
Yeah.
So is the next one. Jigalag, because even though Bethesda has completely forgotten about the Daedric Prince, he is one.
He is
He is a
one.
Daedric Prince. But I just took the ability that the Knight of Order already has, where he silences I think everything in that lane, or is
Yeah.
it just all creatures?
Yeah, no, it's everything in the line.
Yeah. So this is going to be a more powerful version of that, where he silences every enemy creature, but yours are still fine.
Yeah.
And it's in neutral because I did want to make a neutral one other than Sheogorath, but oh yeah, Alexis is saying I did miss out on some interaction with the werewolves with Thursday.
Who plays werewolves, though? Outside of the prophecy.
Outside of the 2/2,
Yeah.
maybe every now and then.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like a kind of a control option, and it made sense for Jigalag because he's like the one Daedric Prince that like knew everything that would ever happen before it happens.
Mm.
So super sounds super controlling. Sounds toxic, and yeah.
Would not want him as a roommate. Yeah, it's interesting because it's almost like a alternative to Odoving being a 12 cost neutral that does something to all enemy creatures.
Yeah, this would whereas Odoving is like a good board clear. A lot of times this is more like your opponent's doing some stupid crap, and they're doing it with a lot of different creatures. You just want to get rid of that. Like maybe you're in the late game against like some items, some kind of item deck, and you just shut all of that down immediately.
Mm. Well, the other thing is as well is like if your opponent's playing a bunch of guards, Odoving's not necessarily gonna get rid of all of them, whereas this would completely get rid of all of them, allowing you to push even more damage or whatever. So
yeah, especially if you already have stuff like on your side of the board as well. Like makes cleaning up very easy.
Yeah, no, I like it. I do. Yeah, putting silence in neutral is interesting. I mean, there's knife to the throat, but you know,
Yeah, that sucks.
But in some ways, I think the fact that it's just like completely indiscriminatory almost makes it a better fit for neutral.
Yeah, especially for the people that want to run like um, neutral only stuff. This would be like your big bad, like other than Parthenax and Odahviing.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, no, I like it. I think it's a good effect. And yeah, as Edmund says, like Red Brahmin, but just better. Well, not necessarily. I mean, the shackle's nice, but yeah.
Yeah. Um, kind of just a different version of that. Maybe you have Red Brahmin and this, and it helps you stay alive.
Mm. Yeah. Absolutely. Malakath.
Yeah. So Malakath is one of the more depraved Daedric princes.
Yes.
But I just went with the fact that like most commonly his artifact in the games is actually no, I'm thinking of Molag Bal. But anyway, I know there was a whole thing where he was actually no, Molag Bal was a big bad of ESO too. um, Basically, I just thought like, okay, he's a brute. Like he's all about like torturing people and into that. So big body with breakthroughs and deal a lot of damage, but then he puts unstoppable rage in your hand for you to use on the next turn.
Yeah.
So if he's able to stick around and you can do 15 damage to all creatures with breakthrough in a lane, that seemed pretty fitting because he's just torturing all those guys at once.
Yeah,
And also you also like the opponent.
Yeah, it's just complete clear of everything, complete domination.
And Alexis, I know it's Molag Bal in this art. It's because out of all the princes, there is no good art for Malakath. Like I could not find something for him to use as a placeholder. So yeah, I was like, they're similar enough.
Warrior makes sense as well, because obviously warriors, orcs, and that's kind of a big part of Malakath's thing is the orcs.
Yeah. Just use it random work, to be honest. Yeah, I mean I could, but then it wouldn't like look badass,
No,
like this looks
that's
badass.
fair.
But yeah, and then Unstoppable Rage also just fits him in general.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Marin's Dagon.
Yeah, this one.
I mean,
I don't know if I like this one.
I don't either, but I was like, what else am I gonna give Marin's Dagon? Like realistically, like he would have to be an invade card if he was in the game.
Yeah.
Like he just would have to be.
As
much as like people would hate it.
Yeah, that's probably how it would happen, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so yeah, on summon he would just invade one time for every Daedra that you have in play. Luckily, the most that's going to be is 6 in one turn.
I mean, to be fair, for 12 Magicka,
like that's pretty significant.
Yeah.
I think that would make it. Also, invade does have the issue where like if they go to the late game against like anything that's able to like competently fight it, like they are kind of like at a losing point unless they do something insane like play 3 invasion parties in one turn or something. So this would be like, okay, Invade's one way of coming back against like a control Telvanni player that was able to shut them down every step of the way.
Yeah, gotcha.
But yeah, I don't like it either, but it's Marin's Dagon. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I think the whole point is that you're not supposed to like what he's doing.
Yeah. And I guess, yeah, if you had Keeper of the Gates, he would invade a lot more, but Keeper of the Gates is not a Daedra, so...
Yes, true. And, well, yeah, the other thing is, like, realistically, there are much more efficient ways to invade than spending 12 Magicka on one guy. So it's sort of, as you say, I think it's a decent comeback, but...
And what's important to note is that he is not a Daedra himself. Like, the way the game, like, because he'd be a Daedric Prince, he wouldn't be a Daedra.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't come down and be like a fucking 10-10 Dagoth Ur, basically.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
But yeah, we've got Mafala next. The Web Spinner. And I know I wanted to do something with undead, and I think Mafala just kind of seemed like the best. Either her or Namira, but I had something else in mind for Namira.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, if you're playing an undead heavy list, she would summon one of each type of undead creature from your deck, no matter what the cost is. So she's kind of like a souped up version of Conscription, but specifically only for undead.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can get some like really big undead things, and it could be like really insane. Because even if she got killed the turn she's played, you might potentially have like a really big fucking board that your opponent has to deal with, and you got it for a pretty good investment, I would say. Probably most of the time, if you built around this, I did make it cost 15 because Telvani is already able to ramp up into it pretty easily.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you say one of each type, do you mean like one of each individual card, or do you mean like one vampire, one skeleton, one mummy, and whatever the other one is?
Yeah, I did kind of fumble the wording on that. It would just be like one copy of each undead that you can fit. So if you have more than the 7 other slots, it'll just pick randomly.
Okay.
So kind of like the way Inscription is, where it says one of each 2 cost.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, it would work like that. Just like, if it has the undead tag, then it's liable to get pulled out, but just one of them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, kind of simple. I mean, other than the fact that it costs a lot, but that's only because I put it in Telvani, and that looks yeah. And Telvani does like Conscription, so they already ramp, they already kind of do the same thing, so it's just like a different version of that.
Yeah. No, I think a 15 cost is like the minimum that it should be for Telvani.
Yeah, and Alexa says, yeah, Dawnbreaker would get a lot of value there.
True. Yes.
That lines up perfectly with the next card.
Meridia.
Yeah, so she was kind of a hard one to make a card for, because her whole personality is just, I hate undead, and like that's it.
Yeah.
So her summon ability would be banish all undead creatures from your opponent's discard pile, and then when a card's banished while she's in play, banish all other copies of that card from your opponent's deck. So literally, if someone played a Mafala and you followed it up with Meridia right after, you hard counter that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, only counters undead kind of things, but also Tribunal does have big bodies in it, like for the late game, but this is one that can't be interacted with at all.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I mean, it fits with a lot of the themes of stuff going on with Tribunal, with like Piercing Twilight and Black Dragon and so on, in terms of removing stuff out of your opponent's list anyway.
Yeah, that was also the reason why I put it in Tribunal. I was like, yeah, that banish effect is kind of locked to that kind of deck style anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's why it's there.
Mm-hmm. Well, like ball.
Yeah, all right, this is a fun one. So it's basically a Daggerfall version of Molominir.
Yeah.
In a way, but he has breakthrough attached to him as well, because again, he's meant to kind of help you finish a game. But yeah, it has the same ability as Molominir, Summon and Slay. He'll battle an enemy creature, so hopefully with 16 health and 12 attack, he's going to kill a lot of things and stick around doing it.
Yeah.
And then, if he survives all that, and your opponent can't deal with him, he's going to then swing for 12 and then go away. Also just kind of makes sense for Molag Bal. He's another one of the Daedric princes that's just all about kicking ass and taking names later.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I think people don't really play like slay kind of battle things too much in Daggerfall, because it's mostly for items. So I was like, oh, well, it'd be kind of interesting to do it in that. And then I also have the weird attachment because I like playing as Bretons, so Daggerfall Covenant just kind of relates to ESO for me.
Right. Yes. I mean, yeah, that is fair.
Yeah, and I wanted something kind of ESO themed in my mind when I made it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this guy, like, this eats token decks for breakfast, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. He would probably just flat out kill someone who's in the late game in a token list,
Yeah.
and you probably just kill them with all that breakthrough damage.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it looks solid. Namira is an interesting one.
Yeah. um. So I wanted. Okay. So yes, she'll put a ring of Namir in her hand, and she has drain. So as long as she's not like removed immediately, uh, because Halalu doesn't have like very easy access to like boosting your magicka, um, you're not going to be able to like probably easily do the ring of Namira and then have her attack to deal like a ton of damage to your opponent. Because I mean, in theory, if they don't have a guard in the way and you play ring of Namira, you could deal 24 damage to them in that one turn.
Yeah.
um, but I think um, just the monk colors in general, which is why this is in Halalu, have a lot of drain. So even if she doesn't get to do as much, if you're building around drain quite a bit, then that Ring of Namir is going to help. Maybe you already have that in your deck as well, and you can play two of them and do some absurd things.
Yeah. And I mean, if you've got like Evenheart Oracle or Dawnstar Healer as well, you could do a lot of damage with that combo.
And only because like you had her for one turn and she did something to just boost that like immediately.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So yeah, good finisher for those weaponized drain decks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Nocturnal.
Nocturnal.
Okay, so steal 3 cards from your opponent's discard pile, and while she's in play, your cards cost 2 less. So Ebonheart can ramp up, so that's why she also kind of helps reduce cost. Kind of made sense. She's worshipped by the Thieves Guild, and I feel like a lot of the stealing kind of decks at least have scout colors in them because that's where most of the stealing out of your opponent's deck comes from in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I did mostly do Ebonheart because I think I didn't have one yet specifically for Ebonheart, but it would make sense also in Halalu. But yeah, kind of meant to be like an anti-control finisher because you're gonna steal presumably you're gonna steal the like best 3 cards that they've played up until this point, and it's a late game card. So you're probably stealing a lot of high value stuff and reducing their cost for that next turn, on top of whatever else you might have ramped, or green has all the ways of generating temporary magicka. So there's quite a bit of a utility there in some ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean that all kind of makes sense. I mean it's it's Grey Fox but bigger and better basically, which obviously makes sense for lore reasons as well.
Yeah, exactly. Perrier is probably like the lamest one, which is on brand because he's kind of like the lamest David Prince.
Come on, he's not that bad.
Well, Bethesda never does anything
Yes,
really with them.
no, they don't do enough with him.
So yeah, so his whole thing is like disease and stuff and cursing.
Yeah.
My boy Perrier gets no respect.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so give all enemy creatures -4/-4. That's kind of a lot to reduce.
Yeah, that's huge.
Like, especially if they have, I would say more than like 3 creatures. That's when it starts getting like really insane.
Yeah.
And things like curse and stuff have always stricken me as like another way that you could add like disease kind of things into the game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, having just a massive curse effect also kind of makes them like on par with like Odiving in a way.
True. Yeah, no, it's very similar to Odiving actually. But obviously you can re-trigger Odiving's effect, but not Perrite. But Perrite's is arguably slightly stronger, so Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense when you put it in the context of Odahviing.
Yeah, and like I said, God, that reminds me of pre-nerf Drain Vitality.
Oof, yeah. But, you know, this is a 12 cost, not a
Not a one cost
one
action that you have
cost.
three of.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty simple guy. I think the big thing to think about is that he also reduces the power.
Yes.
So other than like making things easier for your other guys to kill, he could be reducing a massive amount of, well, he is going to reduce a massive amount of damage, but like it could prevent you from dying like on the next turn if they had enough.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. No, I think that, yeah, as you say, it's not necessarily the most complicated, but I think it would be like incredibly useful.
Yeah, and it's an empire because I mean this would be like a control card for sure.
Yeah, obviously.
And
Yeah.
it's something for control empire, even though they already have plenty enough. They already eat pretty good.
Yeah. No, I mean, we don't need to talk about the other top end control empire card.
Yeah.
Sanguine.
Yeah, Sanguine. I had a lot of fun making this one. I just took the um a Knight to Remember card because it's based off of his Daedric quest in
Yeah.
Skyrim,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and kind of took that because basically what you're doing with that, it's like because all the neutral cards that do something else that other colors do, they're kind of like nerfed by the fact that they're neutral,
Yeah.
and you can put them in anything. So this guy, he's gonna skip like the whole like, oh, put them in another lane, they're shackled, whatever. So that way you could get that summon ability again. No, this guy's just gonna like do it for everything that you have. Um, Potential Nixox things could be broken, maybe.
True, but
But I
in
think-
Dominion, to be fair, you don't have to, like, Nixox potential. Well, I suppose you still have Path Mage and stuff, but
yeah, I mean, you still have like a lot of things that Dominion cards have a lot of summon abilities actually.
yeah. No, that's
Um,
true.
Like I think my best Dominion deck is a mid range because it so heavily utilizes the fact that all those creatures have like pretty good summon abilities.
Yep.
So
Yep.
and also I didn't make anything for Dominion yet, so I had to put them somewhere.
No, that's fair. Got to fit somewhere.
And Jay Gorath, yeah.
It's a madness.
Yeah. So I just took the art that's
Oh,
already in
boy.
the game because they're just fitting. But yeah, so everything on the board would just get transformed into something random, except for him. Except for him. I have to say, except for him.
Yeah.
I mean, that just all kinds of chaos can ensue if there's, what, 15 other creatures on the board. Like, who knows what's going to happen?
Got a
Very, madness.
combo it with Chalman Keep.
Yeah, that would be good actually. And those are both neutral cards. You could ramp up and do it all in one turn.
Yep, yep. And then you play Unite the next turn.
Yeah, very convoluted way of getting a unite.
Yeah.
That was actually kind of one reason why I made him have this effect too, is because a lot of his cards are just or cards centered around Sheogorath and stuff. They're like, oh, just put random XYZ into your hand.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But yeah, this, as I was saying, this would just be fun because it would just cause chaos. Like, this is the kind of card that's like, yeah, you play at the end of the game and like, it might screw you, or it might just seal the win for you.
Yeah. No, I think yeah. Not necessarily the most competitive card, but definitely one of the most fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And Vermina.
Vermina.
Okay, so she has a ward, but she shackles all enemy creatures. When an enemy creature is shackled, you deal 5 damage to it. Okay, I know where I was going at with this one.
Yeah.
It was that combo that you can do with Dress Tormentor.
Yeah. And
I was going for this. Yeah, like giving him like lethal and playing the one where you shackle everything.
Winter's
Yeah,
Grasp. Yeah.
Yeah, Winter's Grasp. I was giving that vibe. Me when my entire lane gets turned into time fear against 4 alien guardians. Yeah, imagine that happen. But yeah, honestly, she would just be a way of you gaining like a crap ton of health.
Yeah.
To kind of get you back in a game, and actually no, she doesn't have drain. She just kills a bunch of stuff. But if you had a way to give her drain preemptively, she could be pretty useful. Or if you had a way to, like, if you're playing the shittiest card in the game, One to Stone, she rolls like lethal or drain right off the bat and just like nukes the whole board. I also made it 5 damage because 5 is kind of like the baseline where the powerful cards start having that
Yes.
for the most part. So she's gonna kill a bunch of pretty big stuff and small stuff along the way too.
Yeah, well, everything that's out of range of Ice Storm and Lightning Bolt can still has something that can affect it pretty effectively.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the Daedric Princes. They are not meant to really be taken seriously. It was kind of like a thought experiment. I was like, because we don't have any of them in the game, and I don't think they could have put them in the game in a balanced way.
No.
Like, or in a way that feels good to them, and like what they're all about in the lore.
Yeah, I mean, what we've got Barbas and Aspect of her scene, but they're both kind of supposed to be weaker or not quite the full deal.
Yeah, or at the most we get like their artifacts, like Ring of Numenera and Volendrum and stuff like that.
Yeah. Do you want to move on to Divinity characters?
Yes, but I will need to take a quick bathroom break, and
Okay.
I need to grab my phone over.
Yep, that's all good. No worries. Yeah, no, that Shergorath one could do. I mean, it's the same as like what we were doing earlier with Heretic. Could completely win you the game. Could completely screw you as well. So, yeah. The Heretic Unite match is still legendary. We pulled off. I got the Spider Daedra off Heretic again today, which was a lot of fun. I wasn't playing Unite, but yes, that one. Well, that was the first time I'd ever united as well, which makes that one extra special. And it was Singleton. But yeah, no, Heretic's a fun card, and Shergorath has all the same. Would have all the same benefits, I guess. Yeah, just one more expansion. Of course, Shadow plays a. Oh yeah, no, he'd make an annoying sound effect every time he affects a creature. Obviously. There would probably be a few things you'd have to. I mean, well, not necessarily, I guess. I was going to say there'd be a few things you'd have to remove from the pool, but maybe not. Obviously, you wouldn't have access to. He wouldn't pull other Daedric Princes, because that would be busted. That Marin's Dagon one is kind of evil, but as you said, like the Invasion Party is Invasion Party's kind of a busted card anyway, but does a similar thing for much cheaper, so meh.
Hey, buddy. Can't come down here.
See you later, Tiger Tech. No worries, Edmond. Thanks for showing up. Good to see you. This will all be in a YouTube video, obviously. Which, by the way, if anyone hasn't seen it... Oh, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, sweet.
So, yeah, these Divinity ones. When I started making these cards, I started playing Divinity Original Sin 2. I don't know if you've ever played that.
A little bit.
Yeah, I got really hooked into the game anyway when I started playing it, and I was like, you could kind of make a card that would fit based off of the main characters in the game. But Beast in the game is a battle mage. He's a dwarf. That's why I just put Dwemer. So kind of weird, kind of weird. But Dwemer is also like just the blanket term for all the dwarves, and also their automatons technically
Yes.
in the game. But I wanted him to fit into that casino style battle mage deck that a lot of people like to play.
Yeah.
So just does like, hey, like you're probably doing stuff with like Skooma Cat's Whimsy and shit like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's helping you kind of reduce all that, or like Gates of Badness kind of shenanigans.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
But yeah, pretty simple.
Very similar to Gates of Madness, but obviously a kind of a different thing. But no, it's cool.
Yeah, most of these are going to be pretty simple. Just like Fane, the Eternal. He is an undead guy in the game, but his primary class is as a wizard, so I was like, all right, sorcerer is like the next best thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he puts a firebolt in your hand, but every time you draw an action while he's out, he just deals 2 damage. You can put it anywhere. So kind of seemed like a fun way to put a mage in the game, especially like as a creature. Like, okay, he's doing kind of insane damage just for you playing a lot of actions.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of similar to the ESO version of Irene. But being able to deal the damage anywhere is pretty cool, not just to face.
Yeah, so he's basically like a 4/3/4 that deals 2 damage on summon, and then also you have the firebolt already in hand, so you do damage again.
Yeah. No, cool. Yeah, again, simple but effective.
Yeah, all right. I forget how to pronounce this guy's name. Stefan Ben Mezd. So I wanted yeah, okay, so he's just an archer. Because in the game, he is like he starts off as an archer. But he has this whole thing where his main ability is that he has a spirit wolf that he can like summon into fights. So I was like, you know what? Like, what if we really leaned in on like the wolf part of that? So you can summon the conjurer spirit, because I think those count as wolves.
Yes.
And I think I might be wrong, but they might get buffs if you have other wolves. But he's also going to apply buffs to other wolves.
Yeah.
So you would have to be kind of doing like a Halalu kind of thing, because he's an archer.
Yes.
And all the wolves are willpower. But it would be fun to like have like a token wolf kind of thing going on, and because there's just it's weird because they made that many wolves to the point where you could almost build a deck around, but they're just like not good enough, and there's just not enough support for them.
Yeah, not cool. They're just missing a couple of things for that to be competitive. So having something like this to do extra work would definitely help.
Yeah, and he just leans right into that, or I just leaned right into that like very heavily because I just thought it'd be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And up next is Losa. Her class in the game is so she's like an enchanter, but she's also like she's like a singer or something. So she's not like really a bard. But I was like, I feel like that kind of. I just wanted something in Scout because there's also 5 characters. Well, yeah, there's 5 characters. So I was like trying to split them against all the 2-color classes as evenly as I could.
Yeah.
But her whole thing is that she's she's very susceptible to having like spirits, not like possess her, but like she hosts them. That's like her definition of it.
Mhm.
And her whole thing in the game is that there's an archdemon that's like taking control of her every now and then that you have to deal with. So the whole like, okay, your friendly spirits and Daedra creatures cost one less, I thought was interesting because it's like, oh, she's in tune with not just specifically undead, but like demons as well. So
Mhm.
Daedra kind of fit that uh archetype there.
Yeah.
And being in Scout kind of still makes her like pretty versatile with that. Like most of the spirits I would say are in at least neutral or purple.
Yes.
So you have some of that. And then I think the Daedra and agility and endurance are really not represented well, and I think like it'd be cool to have like, oh, Spider Daedra
Mhm.
is kind of cool because of this card.
Yeah. Yeah, well, keeping it out of Guildsworn as well avoids certain uh, shenanigans that could occur.
Yeah, that was the main reason why I made all of these two color cards. Started with Lotus because I did her first. She's actually my favorite character in the game.
Mhm.
But I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this thing with Daedra, but I don't want it to like be in an invade deck. So this is my way of like, it's outside of that. It's not, and if you're trying to do invade because you're doing like Telvanni invade, like she's not really gonna help it out that much.
No, I mean, given that invade outside of the Guildsworn colors is already pretty weak, I don't think adding this is gonna save it.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think the last one. No, there's two
Two
more.
more. Yeah.
Sabine. She's an asset. Well, she's a rogue, but she's in the game she is enslaved by a lizard guy into killing other elves. So she's kind of like his assassin under mind control.
Hmm.
And I was kind of very simple with it. Put two random daggers in your hand. So basically, any item that is a dagger is liable to get put in there.
Okay.
And then her whole thing is that like her fighting style is using two daggers because she's a rogue and it's kind of badass. So every time you equip a dagger on her, she gets cover. So you can kind of like the centaur. Like, you know, if you can keep providing that, like she can keep doing damage to the opponent's face. That's kind of what she's meant to do because she also only has 2 health. So you want to try to keep her protected so she can keep dealing like solid damage.
Mhm.
And you might even get like a Daedric dagger off of her. Like, okay, now I have a removal option.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. I think it's definitely one of those ones that if you're able to keep it alive, it could snowball massively.
Yeah, just like Elder Centaur, but he is so susceptible to removal because he comes down so late.
Yes, yeah.
All right, and the Red Prince. Yeah, he's a fun one. So he's a lizard guy, which is why he's an Argonian. He when you start off with him, he's a fighter, so a warrior. Kind of fit the bill, and he starts off not dual wielding swords, but he actually starts off with a shield, so that's why I gave him guard. I think he's the only character that starts off with a shield. And then his whole thing in the story is he's the only red lizard like in existence, other than like a female one, who he's had like dreams for. So the whole game you're trying to find her, so that way he can um, do the horizontal bump and have dragon offspring because that's a thing that you can do. But he can only do it with like this one specific lizard that he's like looking for. So that's why when you finally do that in the game, you get like a dragon egg out of it, and he gets the ability to summon like a baby dragon that's his offspring for fights. So that's why he'll summon 2 tiny dragons because they're baby dragons. It's kind of cute.
Yeah.
And then friendly dragons cost 1 less because the idea is that he's prophesized to like make dragons come back into the world because he's able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So also some dragon synergy seemed cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would work well in like Raider and dragons, probably mainly. But
Yeah, especially because most people do like Guildsworn dragons or they do like Scout because they're doing Alduin and Parth loops.
yeah,
So also kind of a way to try to keep it out of that, but also still give it some variety.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Makes sense to me. So, that is the Divinity one. DOS days. Do you want to explain what
Yeah.
DOS means for the uninitiated?
Yeah, so back in the day, well, I say back in the day, but Arena came out the year before I was born.
Mhm.
So 96, I think, is when it came out. So back then, you had to play those, or I think the computing system was just called DOS, DOS. Um, so even now, when you try to play these games, you have to have a DOS emulator to play Arena and Daggerfall for the most part, unless you're playing Daggerfall Unity. Um, yeah, so the idea behind these is that already in the game, there's not a lot in terms of stuff that was introduced in the Elder Scrolls series, like from the very early days, like Daggerfall and Arena.
I believe there's
Uh,
2 cards in the whole game. Yeah.
yeah, that like make any kind of reference towards it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to introduce some of that, and also at the same time, like with the balance changes, like okay, we're gonna do some cool stuff, with some of the mechanics that aren't like super there yet, but could be with some cool additions.
Mhm.
So the first one, Fanglair, it's the first dungeon that you go into. It's supposed to be a dwarven mine, so I just took some generic art of a dwarven-looking building. But yeah, when a creature takes damage, it gains that much power, so it's supposed to be another thing for a wounded warrior. Because they kind of have support for it, but like not really in terms of actual support cards. So I thought it'd be kind of a fun thing. It cost a lot because I think you could do a lot of broken stuff with that ability, but I think it would be mostly fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's giving everything the Frost Troll effect. But yeah, no, that
Yeah.
could definitely, like, you wouldn't want to make it as cheap as like the Fighters Guild Hall, because you could, as you say, you could definitely abuse this pretty quickly.
Yeah, and especially because the fact it's doing it to your whole board
Yeah.
consistently because it's ongoing. Yeah, it would be pretty easy to break it.
Yeah. No, I think I think having a high cost probably makes sense.
Fire Daemon. So it's a Daedra. It's kind of weird because they had this as an enemy type in Arena, and they've never really addressed why it's called a demon
Yeah.
and why it's probably not just like a Daedra. So I just made it a Daedra. But it's a legendary card because one, it's slightly overstated and it has breakthrough. But his ability, if his attack breaks a rune and a prophecy is drawn, that prophecy cannot be played.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a very good aggro card, specifically for going against something with. I mean, even control usually has quite a few prophecies in it, but if you're going up against specifically like prophecy battle mage,
Finally, a good counter.
you're stopping that.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be an epic because it kind of hard counters something, but I think it being a legendary fits because that is a very powerful ability.
Yeah, no, I think legendary is fine. That's a really strong effect against like pretty much every list runs at least some prophecies.
Yeah, because like anything in yellow is pretty much always going to have like 3 javelins in it.
Yeah.
Most things in blue want all 3 lightning bolts. So yeah, you're more than likely going to get some use out of it, especially if you're really trying to get under an opponent and stop them from making any kind of comeback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, super strong effect, and yeah, as I say, finally a good counter to Prophecy Battle Mage.
Yeah, that's honestly like the one deck that's like really hard to beat in a good way. Outside of frustrating them into quitting.
Yeah, no, that's usually the best win con against them.
But yeah, all right, Forest Nymph, 8 cost 4/5 on summon. She will give friendly animals in that lane +2, so kind of support for the zoo decks. But I did it in willpower to promote some kind of because I think you mostly see it in Scout.
Mm-hmm.
But there's good animals for like the aggressive kind of list in like pretty much every color. So it's in that because I think out of all of them, willpower is the one that doesn't have as many aggressive animals. So
Yeah, yeah.
it would promote some like thought process, like, okay, what if do I want to do like a crusader animal list or a monk one because I have that one green card that also does like the same thing.
Oh, Elder Gleam Matron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good way for her to provide reach because she's already going to be in a color that doesn't really have that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hellhound. Pretty simple.
Yeah, pretty simple. I did get good feedback on this one because I think I originally made it a 6 cost, and people were like, "Okay, 6 for just 6 magic for 6 damage straight to the face is kind of insane." Especially when you think about like the Underworld Vigilantes at 5 cost, I think.
Yes,
And
that's 4 rage.
and
Yeah.
yeah, so I was like, all right, this kind of scales up pretty well with that in mind. Hellhounds were a creature in Arena. I would also assume that it should be a Daedra. So I made it a beast, but it has the plus sign because its other creature type would be Daedra. But yeah, just a good solid maybe a different option if you want to like lower your curve, and not include something like Aspect of Person because it just costs too much.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of just like a different alternative.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, simple, but would definitely be effective, and could be a nasty surprise as well.
Yeah, if anything, it should be an epic. Like, if this was actually like in the game, I would hate to encounter this in like Arena.
Oh, yeah, no, it'll be awful in Arena.
Yeah, it would be pretty impressive there.
Yeah.
Because as I said, like Holy Reach, yeah, this would just add even more.
Yeah.
All right, next one is
Homunculus.
I also struggle. Yeah, homunculus, struggle with that word. Yeah, so they're like, honestly, they could also be Daedra, I think. The way that they look like little flying demons. But I was like, you know what? There's not that many imps in the game, so I'm just gonna make it an imp. But yeah, when he attacks, it'll deal 1 damage to another random creature. That's why I made it a common, because that damage could go to like anything.
Yeah.
I would say I will change it to another to a random enemy creature.
Yes.
That's what I would change it to.
Yeah.
Because the way this is, it would technically be able to hit your own guys too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, enemy makes sense. Yeah, it's sort of sitting halfway between Fiery Imp and the Ashlander blue card with the last gasp.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like between there.
Halfway between those two. Yep. No, I mean that's. I think a common probably makes sense given the randomness of it. It'll be good for dealing with ward decks though, definitely.
Yeah, I think that was my idea when I made this one. Like, okay, it'd be nice to have a way for a creature to possibly ping wards without actually like having to use cards to do that.
Yeah. And obviously giving it lethal would
that'd be pretty insane.
Just become evil, but
Yeah, but that would take some like setup and stuff. So.
Yeah, and it's a 2/3, so it's not exactly hard to get rid of.
Yeah, exactly.
The big bad himself.
Yeah, this one's alright. This one's gonna be interesting to talk about. There's like 3 cards.
Oh yes, we've got the multiple parts. Okay, well, I'll just go through the other 2 parts next then, rather than doing it in order.
Yeah. All right. So, I forgot to add it, but he would be a dark elf and a high elf. In case that would ever matter for someone doing like some kind of weird tribal thing. He's a battle mage because he was the Imperial battle mage, but this is the guy that is the big final boss of Arena because he was the Imperial battle mage and he imprisoned the Emperor in a realm of oblivion. And the whole deal of the game is you travel the whole world of Tamriel, because he used a staff and he broke that staff into what 8 pieces, I think. And he spread them all across the continent. So your whole thing is you're traveling around the world trying to get all these staff pieces to bring the Emperor back. So he has a lot of text, and primarily this text is to just say that like, so you can't him and his summon ability cannot be copied, and he will be when he leaves play, he'll be banished. So like, basically, it is all just to facilitate the fact that he's putting 8 random pieces of the Staff of Chaos into your deck. Other than that, he's just a body.
Yeah.
So that's primarily what his role is. Is he's there to set up this like very weird win condition that I put with his whole mechanic. So, the next one I think I need to talk about is the Staff of Chaos.
Or the piece, or the staff itself.
Oh yeah, the piece. Yeah, the piece. So 8 of these are going to get shuffled into your deck. They also would have the same kind of stipulation like the Daedric Princes have, like don't copy them or anything like that. You can't do any of that. But yeah, 8 of them are going to get shuffled into your deck. They give +1/+1 each. On summon, you give the wielder the immunity to silence. That is primarily so that way they can't silence away the staff piece. Because I think if it's if an item is silenced, I think it's just like banished from the game. Like it's not even discarded, I believe. So because the main gimmick is every time you equip a creature with a staff piece, all the copies in your discard pile and your hand are just going to get played onto it. So eventually you're going to make like a +8/+8 creature. But that's not really like the main goal. I mean, yeah, it's in Battle Mage because I also was like, okay, well, you could do item stuff to it,
Yeah.
and it'd be kind of cool. And it also because Jagarth learns a Battle Mage, so it kind of has to be in that.
Yeah.
Think.
And then.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, the Jewel of Chaos is kind of the next one. Because this would also, I forgot to put it in because it would have been way too much text. But yeah, this would also get shuffled in. So yes, you're setting up this very insane like win condition because you have to draw 8 pieces and you have to draw this and be able to play them all in one turn, which wouldn't be hard because all the staff pieces would cost 1 basically. Yeah. But sorry, my wife just came in.
No, you're all good.
Here. So yeah, so you would want to be playing this. Would also be immune to support removal because you're going to be sitting for a very long time waiting for all 8 of those pieces to come in. So I don't want it to like get removed. The real struggle of getting this to work is the fact that you're able to stay alive that long.
Yeah.
To be able to do it. So this just allows you to play the Staff of Chaos, which we will get to right here. And yeah, it's just a +5 item. It costs 12 because this is like what you're building up to. But when a creature equipped with the Staff of Chaos damages your opponent, you just win.
Yep.
So you could give it to someone that has breakthrough and it'll for sure win, or as long as it's like uncontested, it's gonna take out your opponent and you win. Kind of just wanted to do like a little fun lore thing because it fits Arena very well. You're in the lore, that whole quest took like 10 years. So the whole idea is like, yeah, this like if you want to do this, it's gonna take a long time. And you have to stay alive that whole time. It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
And maybe your opponent's not going to let you do it because you're going to quit. But yeah, that was the idea behind Jagarth and the Staff of Chaos and how I implemented it in a very weird way.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's... Yeah, just another alternate win condition is always fun to have. Probably still easier than Bulgrove, to be honest.
Honestly, it probably would be.
Jester's Day.
Yeah, that is the next one. So back in the day, in those early games, you would always like every time you went into a new town, it'd be like, oh, it's this day, and today is actually like I don't know, it'd be like Alchemist Day, so all the potions are discounted.
Hmm.
And one of them that has been heavily memed on, I think, was Jester's Day because they were gonna do that in Oblivion as like a DLC, but it never happened.
Right.
So I was like, all right, well, that's probably like this one. It's kind of like April Fool's. So I was like, so what's a fun way to like try to put that in the game? It's like, okay, well, you could. So I made it as a support with 3 uses, and it's making your cards cost 1 less for that turn, and then your opponent's cards will cost 1 more on their following turn.
Mhm.
So it's just like, oh, you're pranking them, you're messing with them, you're screwing with your opponent in a fun way.
Mhm.
It could probably be cheaper, but I think it kind of works. Just in general, it'd be kind of fun to play with. Maybe screw someone out of being able to easily do something to stop what you're doing.
Yeah, well, and given agility already has temporary ramp as well, I think 5 is fine, to be honest, given you're getting 3 uses of what a temporary sets master work. Like, it's
Yeah,
pretty
because I was
good.
saying that. Yeah, that was my reasoning behind it. One for being in green, and why I why I had it at that cost. Because like you could also put it in like Ebonheart kind of has like
Mm,
that with Joran, where he increases the cost. There's a lot of cards in strength too that like kind of do that. So
yeah.
it'd be like a good way to tax your opponent out of not being able to play things.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I wouldn't go any less than 5 certainly. Um, but yeah, no, definitely interesting.
Yeah. All right.
Uh,
Kite Shield.
Kite Shield.
Yeah, they need to bring these back. Yeah. Also, the text is kind of wonky because it's one of the first cards I made, so it should be +0 +3, not just 3.
Oh yeah, good
The
point.
intention is that it's a defensive item.
Yeah.
But yeah, kite shields were a very big thing, I think, up until Morrowind. Morrowind kind of had them, but not really.
Yeah, not so
Um,
much in Morrowind.
yeah, like they had tower shields and stuff, which is kind of the same thing. But yeah, just a giant defensive option, and I was like, oh hey, be cool because it's such a massive shield. Like, okay, they also get ward because they can block. You could reasonably block a fireball with the shield
Wow.
and cover. I don't know. I just wanted to give it some more defensive value, I guess.
Mhm.
So pretty simple card.
Yep. Yeah, would definitely be effective though on the right list.
Yeah. Next up is the Mages Guild Brewer, and I specifically went for this art because of how goofy the guys in arena looked for the Mages Guild. Like they have the wizard cap with the stars and
Yes.
shit on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he's a 3/4 with ward, so I think pretty defensively statted, pretty nice. And then makes your supports cost 1 less while he's in play. So very huge support for the Guild 1 support decks, actually.
Yeah.
Or stuff like that. Just kind of helping you maybe get some stuff down earlier. Maybe you could even put him in like Dominion, because you're doing like the support monk. So maybe you could make a variation off of that. Just kind of a different utility.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think yeah, fits well into a lot of those archetypes, and a lot of them are running intelligence already, so it makes sense from that point of view as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Matt.
a quip.
Yeah, so this is kind of a weird one. I kind of thought like, okay, so all those games are like really old, and they're set in a period of time where like the rest of the lore doesn't really like they kind of ignore the period of time
Hmm.
between Arena and Daggerfall. But I was like, let's go like even farther back. Let's go like to ESO, where you're adventuring with a bunch of your buddies and equipping each other with gear. So that's why the whole recruit thing is there.
Hmm.
Because that's very ESO. anyway, and then equipping them with random items that cost 2 less. So you're getting 4 of stats, and then just a bunch of like random items. And I left it at 2 or less because all those items are either like steel sword, where it gives good stats, or it's something like utility based, like I think bone bow costs 2. It might cost 3.
No, bone bows too.
Yeah, or it's like gonna have some utility like that, or snake tooth necklace. I think that also might be a 3 cost, but stuff like that. Like you're like, yeah, you're filling the lane with a bunch of like little shit guys, but hey, they'll have a little bit of a buff and maybe be able to do something cool.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think, yeah. I mean, it's going to be a gamble, as with any random effect card, but, like, yeah, at the very least, the utility cards that you get from it could be pretty good.
Yeah, and really just the stat buffs is probably what you're looking for. And I put it in neutral because, like, yeah, it could be something that you put in like token lists, or like I have a very aggressive low curve red ring deck, but the primary part of it is the mud crabs and flooding the board with like mud crabs and other cheap guys.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like a very aggressive small guy kind of deck, but not really tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that it could fit into.
Yep, and I mean, you could also put it in item lists as well, obviously, for lots of synergies there.
Yeah.
We've already done Pace, so it's Ravaging Ghoul next.
Yeah. And okay, so ghouls were also a creature type. Technically, it should be undead because I think the game explains them as being like undead type of creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And they're very good at giving you diseases, and diseases in the early games were super crippling. Like you can't fast travel if you're diseased, or you'll like die on your way there.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why it has like the curse effect, and I know, I think there has to be another creature that does something similar to this, where it takes damage and reduces them.
Yes. Yeah, it's a goblin. I can't remember what one it is.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to fit in that. I do kind of hate goblin lists, which is why I kind of made it like not super heavy on the stats, and also kind of expensive for what it is doing. Because I don't think goblins really needed like something kind of insane, but like, hey, something else would be kind of cool, and something that's actually not a goblin, so it wouldn't get buffed by the goblin skirmisher.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. No, I think it's just an interesting effect on a slightly bigger creature compared to goblins.
Yeah. Next up, we have Rhea Silmain.
Yes.
And for those of you who are too young to have played the early games, she's Jagar Tharn's apprentice, and he kills her right at the start of the game because she's like, "Yo, what you're doing is kind of super fucked up. You shouldn't be doing that." And he kills her. So that's why she's a ghost. She appears like in her dreams to guide you on your quest the whole way. And I made her immune to silence, and you cannot lose if your opponent has the Staff of Chaos in play. So yes, it's very specifically made to counter the very difficult condition that I put in. But hey, if you suspect that they're going to be able to do it like on that turn, yeah, you can play her down, and you at least won't get one shot by the Staff of Chaos.
Definitely a bonus.
Yeah, so that's the main reason why that's her gimmick, is because yeah, she guides the player character on their quest to assemble that and then kill Jagar Tharn.
Sentient reptile.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why they've never brought back the lizard men, or ever like mention it ever again. It's such a weird one-off enemy.
Yeah.
But yeah, for those of you who haven't played the game, it's just a giant lizard dude with a shield and like a hammer, I think, and that's like a common enemy that you run into like a lot all over the world. And you know, there's not a lot of like lore behind them, so I just was like, you know what, I'll make it like a just a kind of big defensive body. It'd be something that you would probably consider picking in arena if you needed something like this.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what its role is.
Yeah, I mean, it's
So
just
pretty simple.
one up from a Hive Defender in every way.
Yeah, exactly. Just something that could have implications when you're deck building. Like, okay, maybe I have too many for a cost, but I still want something that's going to be like kind of bulky and defensive.
Mm-hmm.
The skeleton key.
Key.
Yeah, this game was in Arena. I think it was at least. um, if anything, it was probably in Daggerfall.
Yeah, it was definitely in Daggerfall. I can't remember if it was in Arena.
But yeah, it just gives a little health buff, and the equipped creature will have cover until it attacks. But every time you draw a card, its cost will be reduced by 1. So as long as you can like keep this in play, which is hopefully going to be easy for you to do because that creature will have cover. So it's just kind of a cost reduction thing that's pretty constant. Probably going to be really annoying to get rid of, depending on what you give it to. So
yeah.
Again, kind of a simple card, but it can enable some cool things to happen.
Yeah. Simple, but would definitely be very effective if your opponent can't find the answer.
Yeah. And up next should be the Underking.
I've got Legends of Tamriel. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Underking, yes, sorry, missed that. Yeah, Underking.
Yeah, so this is an important character in the lore of Daggerfall. So I will say I've played both Arena and Daggerfall. I've gotten very close to beating Arena, and I started a serious Daggerfall playthrough like earlier this year, but I'm not too far into it. So I don't know exactly everything. I just know he's an undead guy, and it'd be cool to have like another kind of buff thing for skeletons and stuff.
I won't spoil who he is, but yes, very relevant character in the story of Daggerfall.
I know he's Zurin Arcturus, I think. I don't know what the implications of that are.
Fairly significant, yeah. But Skeleton Tribal, there you go.
Yeah, and it's a neutral because I know people like I like the spell sword version. Some people like the sorcerer version. Some people like doing all 3. So, good way to not like bog it down to any one of those 3 or 4 combinations that you can do.
Sweet.
But yeah, Legends of Tamriel are next, and so these are including some of the very first cards I made. Specifically, Children's gonna be kind of weird, but the idea is like these are all either like an in-game version of, or like in Legends kind of version of the Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim character. These other ones are characters based off of previous Oblivion playthroughs that I've done. So Archmage Jarrell, he's an Argonian because I had a Euromastics lizard named Jarrell, and I had him for like 10 years before he died. And I made an Oblivion character based off of him. But yeah, he was a magic user, and he did a lot of conjuration because conjuration is my favorite school of magic and Oblivion. But yeah, so he summons a random Atronach in the other lane. But if you already have another one, he will for sure summon a Lava Atronach. And unlike all the other ones that say random Atronach, this will include Flesh Atronach. This will include Iron Atronach. Like, those guys are in the pool for this guy.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Which I wanted to do because he cost 11, so it'd suck if you like had a 1 in 3 chance every time you play this to get like the Flame Atronach.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of want that higher end of variability if he's going to cost that much.
Yeah. So if you're feeling lucky, it's better to play him without another Atronach, so you can get an iron one.
Yeah. There's a little bit of versatility there. It's like, okay, yeah, I could for sure get the 8/8 with all those keywords.
Yeah.
Or I could drop a 12/12. That's going to be really annoying to deal with.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. No, that checks out.
Yeah. And then up next is Chulrend. This is the first card I ever made, and it's a little bit incorrect. So yes, it would give +3/+2, and it will have the constant effect of the equipped creature shackling or whatever it damages.
Mm-hmm.
But it would. But I also wanted it to say deal 2 damage when you play it.
Okay, right.
So because it'd be in line with the shambles thing
I see
where it
shambles.
deals damage in the
Yeah.
shambles. Yeah. So it'd be like in line with that, and it can fit. I think Battle Mage is pretty good for it because Blue already has like a bunch of those Shackle synergy kind of cards together,
Mm-hmm.
and also it can be a good tool for adding some reach to a pretty decent sized creature, and also kind of bogging down your opponent and controlling them while you try to get ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it
So yeah.
already fits with a lot of the ideas that are available in those colors already. It's just putting them all together in a single card, which is cool.
Yeah, because they're all like the ones that do that. It's like the dragon, like okay, I'll just shackle something. There's the other one that like icy shambles, where it deals damage, and then you also have the dress tormentor, like kind of doing something similar. So it's a nice like amalgamation of all of those effects.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, Durnavir.
Donovan.
Yeah. Okay. So, uh, 10 cost 6/6 with guard. If you had no shouts in your hand at the start of the game, you shuffle 3 solitaires in your deck, and then when he leaves play, you banish him. So you can't abuse that.
Uh-huh.
Um, and I know people don't like solitaire because of all the shenanigans that can happen with it. What I meant for this to say is if you had no shouts in your deck, just in general,
Mm-hmm.
then you would have these, because then the way it's written now, you could have possibly 6 solitaires naturally.
Yeah.
Um, and then it's also mitigated. It is mitigated though by the fact that you have to shuffle them into your deck, so you have no idea when it's going to come up and
Yeah.
if they're ever going to be important. And yeah, he just has that banish effect to stop him from being abused, like Parthenaxis.
Yeah, so what this is what Parthenax should be.
Yeah, so it should definitely be something closer to like these lines. I think if
Yeah.
Parthenax had some kind of thing where like he couldn't, or with Solitaire, if you couldn't pull Parthenax back, like it would be balanced. But yeah.
Nah, meh. Parthenax, gross. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, Lilith Chan. This is one of my favorite characters that I ever played in Oblivion.
Mm-hmm.
So she was the reason why she's immune to silence and has ward is because she was a dark elf born under the Atronach, but I was able to super buff her up to just absorb like every spell thrown at her. So she's like perfect at killing spellcasters.
Yeah.
So that's like the whole deal. She could probably cost a little less because she doesn't have a whole lot of health. But she has drain because that character had the ebony blade, and I know there's like some kind of thing. I was very lucky to find art of a dark elf with the ebony blade.
Yeah.
So shout outs to Sir Tiefling for that one, whoever that is. That's whoever drew this. But yeah, a good mix of being a spellcaster and sword fighter at the same time, which is my preferred way of playing Elder Scrolls games, like a battle mage kind of spell sword character.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's Lilith Chan.
Myla.
Yeah, so she was a high elf mage. So you can put either a firebolt, lightning bolt, or an ice spike in your hand. Primarily because she was like a mage type character, and I wanted those specific options because I think most of the time lightning bolt is probably the best one to put because it has more versatility. But I kind of balance it out by making her a 6 cost because it's kind of supposed to be like, okay, if you need to deal 2 damage but you don't have a firebolt and you have like the magic to do this, like you really need to kill something, you have that. If you don't have any card draw, you have a way of putting an ice spike in your hand to do that. And then if you just need to go face like right now with a lightning bolt, she'll put that in your hand and you can prep it.
Mhm.
And I had her at this cost because I also thought about having her do like what Aaron does and reducing the cost of actions.
Yeah.
But I was like, well, if you're kind of playing into that already, you might already have Aaron anyway.
True.
So it would be like kind of fun, I think, as is. It just enables you to do other things that are like action based, like you said, the Crystal Tower Crafter and stuff like that.
Yeah. 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 Sweet.
Oh, hey, we have another fucking Vade card here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Champion of Cyrodiil. He's an Imperial because that's what the default race is in Oblivion. Empire colors because he fought for the Empire. Um, so yeah, you destroy all creatures in this lane with less than 3 power, and your opponent just can't invade while he's on the field.
Mhm.
I specified creatures in a single lane with less than 3 power because this is meant to be like your opponent starts invading. They're not getting like super buff, so at most you're probably gonna have like a 3 or 4 power creature, but also some like lower level guys. But this is also gonna kill the gate,
Yeah.
so you can kind of like force reset them into like having to start dropping stuff at a turn where most invade players are like either they probably already lost at this point if you've been keeping up with them, or they're about to start steamrolling you at about this turn.
Yeah.
So you are forcing them to reset, and you're also dropping a pretty decently sized body. Um, and you're also just flat out saying, like, no, you can't do that. You can't invade.
Yeah. Yep. No, I mean it's a pretty decent counter.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those cards where it's like, yeah, it does have good control, like utility, but like if it the bigger bonus of it is kind of missed out if you're not in that invade matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely cases where it could still be very effective, but it's obviously geared towards invade specifically.
Yeah, especially because most aggro decks, by turn 5, unless they're like really like on tokens, uh, even if they're on tokens, they would have like been buffing them usually by then. So it's probably still not gonna be effective on that, but it's only gonna be really good at like those decks that go super wide, very fast.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the Champion of Cyrodiil.
Mm-hmm. We have the
And up
last
next,
Dragonborn.
yeah, yeah. So he's a Nord. That's why he's in Crusader colors because most of the Nords fit in there. And it's a 6/4, and you put 2 random shouts in your hand. However, it's also immune to damage and effects from dragons. So Alduin can literally come down and wipe everything out on the board except for this guy.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I mean, just kind of a dragon counter,
Yeah.
and um, really, I really like the concept of the young dragonborn, but that card sucks. like,
Yeah.
um, like it's never gonna kill a dragon. You're never gonna have it stick around long enough to play enough shouts to buff it to the point where it could kill a dragon. So this is just kind of taking like the better parts of that, just saying like, all right, well here's 2 random shouts. You have 2 shouts, and then also it can take out any kind of dragon without getting hurt back in
Mm.
a turn, and it's also not gonna suffer from anything like having the 5/5 with charge like come directly into it, or like I said, Alduin, or even Odiving
Overthing. Yeah.
dealing 4 damage. Yeah, it's gonna still be standing. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah.
fun little.
Nerevarine. Or Nerevarine.
Yeah.
Or however you choose to pronounce it.
Narevering. I think that's how I usually do it.
Yeah.
I think I pronounce it differently every time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, okay, so he's got a big cost, and just kind of, I would say, slightly below average stats for his cost. But his summon ability is you put 1 random card of each attribute into your hand. And the main reason why he's a neutral is because, in Morrowind, you go through the whole process of uniting the houses to fight Dagothr.
Mm.
So it's meant to help unite the house decks.
Yeah.
You do a little bit better. There's obviously going to be a lot of um inconsistency because you might get like an action which doesn't like do
True.
anything for Unite,
Yeah.
or you might get like a bunch of like high cost things that you can't like easily play for what you need.
Yeah.
Um, It's just like another utility option for them to try to squeeze out some more leverage into all the RNG stuff that they already do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. It's obviously built for Unite and could definitely help a long way in those lists.
Okay, I'm glad someone said I'd still run that. It's a great card.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd pop it in a Unite list as well, especially a mono-neutral singleton.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Also, just like it's also a decent sized body. A lot of those Unite decks also kind of suffer because it's like just a bunch of kind of shit creatures because you're mostly playing those creatures for like, oh, they generate some like random thing that's gonna help me get there faster.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
It's pretty solid.
So the one-offs, right?
Mhm.
So what's next? Okay, so all of these are just like when basically I made these when I had just a stroke of creativity and I wanted to see something kind of interesting in the game. Um this is probably where the parry card is in, but
Yes, I think it is.
yeah, so and I also started making a lot more of these when Schwartz started doing his own custom card reviews in his server. So I started kind of making more of these for that, for fun.
Mm-hmm.
So completed adventure is the first one, but it has a part two.
Oh, okay. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so
Yeah,
payment.
Yeah. So yeah, completed adventures is an action. You shuffle 4 of these. So the completed adventure is a 5 cost. So it's kind of expensive, but it's made that way because it's a neutral. But yeah, you shuffle 4 of these into your deck, and it's another action. It gives you 2 magicka for that turn, and you draw a card. So it's just a very weird way. My philosophy with like making these is anytime I made a neutral card that like the way the game is already balanced, you know, a card like Shadow Mirror can go into something like Willpower or a Spell Sword as a charge creature because they don't already have that like utility in those colors typically.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why it starts off as a 1/1 and it has like this whole convoluted way of getting more powerful is because it's a neutral and you could slot it into anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the basis here. Is it's giving decks that don't have the ability to ramp like Battle Mage or Guild Sworn. It's giving them a way of doing it, but it's obviously not ever going to be quite as strong as just a typical ramp Scout or ramp Telvanni kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, also completed adventure. They're clinking their drinks together. So it's like, yeah, we just did a quest and we got paid.
Yeah.
This is the vibe there.
Nice. Yeah. No, I like it. I think, yeah, putting like things that are limited to a given attribute in neutral, but making them like generally worse is always an interesting idea.
Yeah, someone said it would be horrendous in aggro lists, but the fact that you have to set up shuffling those in, and then you have to just hope they come up at a good time. It's also a turn 5 play. Usually by turn 5 you want to finish the game or be close to doing it.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Dichotomy of Madness. I love this one.
Oh god.
So it's a 13 cost. So you do have to at least have the ring to be able to play this, and it's kind of a control card. So the animation would be it would take all the cards and it would just combine both of them, it would shuffle them, and then it would split the cards evenly into 2 new decks. and then there's another version of this, kind of similar. Let me see if it's actually in this one. Okay, yeah, New Culpa. New Culpa does basically the same thing. They're kind of the same card. But the idea would just be like, yeah, this is like a way of just hard resetting everything. At least at least like in a control scenario where like you are just fighting for the board, but no one's really being aggressive or anything. It's just like a stalemate of people trying to like get their dirty combo off.
Yeah.
But you just throw a wrench into that. You say, no, here's a bunch of my cards. Let me take a bunch of your stuff. Hopefully, it's gonna work out well.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a chaotic one, but it could be good in the right sort of deck. You could also intentionally throw your own deck building and just build a horrible list and try to survive until you can play this.
Yeah, you just make it like nothing but like stuff that prolongs everything but stuff that prolongs you from dying or
Yeah.
whatever. Stuff that just lets you survive until you can play this, and you just screw up the other guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, also, yeah, someone did say good for Unite as well. You do. I guess you would have a pretty good chance of still having at least one or two of your Unites back. But yeah, it would also be kind of good for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the next one's a shout. So
So we got
have,
3 parts.
three.
We'll start with the
Yeah.
first one.
So it is a very narrow effect. Part 1 is just destroy a dragon. Part 2 just says banish that dragon. And then part 3 is you banish that dragon and then all other cards with the same name from your opponent's discard opponent deck. So it's just like hard getting rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
Also when I typed these, my S key was sticking. That's why it says shout.
Yeah.
And I didn't notice until after I made them. But
Right.
yeah, I did get feedback on this one. Someone told me that it could probably just be a 5 cost because the effect is limited to only dragons, and I think that's totally valid. The main reason why you would want to run this is someone doing a Parth loop. Hopefully you can banish Parthenax when he comes down the first time. But hey, if they somehow Galen him or something, you can then banish that and get rid of all the other Parthenaxes, and you're done.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably a much needed effect, to be honest. Strong, but also you have to level it up to 6 before it's really at its most powerful.
And Alexis said it's probably one of the few shouts that's fine as running actually as a 2 of, because you'll kill a dragon and then banish is like super powerful.
Oh yeah.
So like being able to banish like I don't know a Alduin or a Parthenax like is really big.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Estormo is up next. Do you remember who Estormo is?
Oh god. Is it that guy that's working with Encano?
Yep. Yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah.
It's the guy that tries to jump you after you kill a dragon.
That's right. Yeah.
like he thinks he's gonna be able to stop you at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I made him like a defensive version of Onkano.
Mm-hmm.
And I made him yellow because it'd be like, okay, they're both like mages. Onkano's already intelligence, so we have that kind of split. But yeah. He has drain, and also your actions have drain. So any action that deals damage will heal you back, which I thought was kind of very interesting because you could do some insane things like Red Ear.
Red Ear, yeah, gain
like you
80 health.
You wouldn't kill your opponent, but you would wipe out the board and just gain an absurd amount of health.
Well, you pop Ring of Namira in, and all of a sudden you're dealing 80 damage to face.
Yeah, see. A lot of fun things you could do with this guy, but even something as like tame as like dropping an ice storm, like that's still like pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but really fun guy that a lot of people would probably find really fun ways to play with him if he was a card.
Yeah. I'm like running through ideas in my head right now. You could definitely do some stuff.
Yeah, these one-offs are definitely when I like got like really weird with it, or like really like in tune with like what kind of cards I would make, and I got better at it. The Stormer was definitely one of the later cards that I added, but I definitely remember like every time I would post one of these, like, damn, like I would do so much broken shit with this. Like this would actually be really fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, next we have the Falkreath Stalker. So if she is in a shadow lane, she gains lethal and you deal 1 damage.
Mm-hmm.
I said in a shadow lane because
True.
it'd be really cool to see the card that
Hidden Trail.
Hidden Trail. Hidden Trail shenanigans to where you can play her anywhere and she'll ping and kill something. And if you don't play on a shadow lane, she just doesn't do anything. She won't even have lethal.
Yeah.
So she is definitely like very heavily built around that. The only thing that would like kind of ruin this is if your opponent turns the shadow lane into like Dementia and Rania.
Yes.
Then that's kind of like her hard counter. But I was like, that's fair. She's already like understated, and that's a very specific like niche scenario that would happen to where you couldn't be able to play her and do like basically the Elena Bannock effect of just like killing something and then being a threat still.
Yeah. I guess, the only hard counter being 2 unique legendaries that don't go in every list that can run them is probably, it's not going to matter very often.
Yeah, but you could also, like make it very easy to do by making another shadow lane with a Hidden Trail.
Yeah.
That's a card that's not very often seen, even though it's kind of a cool effect.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, like I said, more cover-based cards because there's also not a lot of those, so that's kind of why I made that.
Yeah. And speaking of cover-based,
yeah, I was about to say the next one kind of is too. But yeah, you give a creature in each lane cover, and they cannot be targeted by actions until your next turn. That's kind of why he costs this much, because the idea would be that you would be giving 2 heavy hitters the ability to not get interacted with by your opponent's creatures or anything in their hand, for the most part. And then he also has pretty decent stats, so kind of a way for maybe mid-range type of green decks to solidify a win. Like you're playing against control, you don't want them to just fucking like nuke your guys, so you make them able to stick around and you got a ton of damage on the next go around.
You stick this on Hulking Scalon, and that guy is basically unkillable.
Yeah, he would be. Well, other than like Earthbound Center.
Red Year, and obviously Alduin would do it as well, but...
Yeah, because you would have to you'd have to do creature or item-based silence to get rid of those, and then do actual hard removal, which is a lot to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And they'll probably only be able to do that to one of the guys that you put that effect on.
Yes, true. Yeah, it's 1 in each lane, so you'd have a lot of stuff for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah, so that's definitely also why I made it a legendary. I was like, that seems like it could really be frustrating to go up against and stop people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Imperial City Defenders. I know this one was a pretty early card. So it's a support, and it has 2 uses. Every time you use it, your friendly actions that summon creatures will cost 1 less for that turn, but all enemy actions will also cost 1 more on their next turn. So obviously it's in Spell Sword because it's made to help you swarm the board and stop them from doing things like Ice Storm quite as easily. So kind of just not like a buff, but like, hey, it's an option kind of like in the late game when control opponents have that like ability to just wipe wide boards pretty easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean it makes sense for token lists, absolutely.
Yeah, kind of a simple one, but I was like, I think tokens could use something like that. Plus, I really liked the artwork when I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the next one. Next one's another spell sword card. Legion Quartermaster. So I thought it'd be interesting to have a last gasp in something like with willpower colors because there's not a whole lot of that.
Yeah.
But she will equip a friendly creature with a random item. The pool for items is very wide.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of made her like at least she's gonna be solidly statted, and you know, I would say like maybe she could like use guard or something, but I think she would be just kind of a fine like thing for most or a lot of spell sword decks just to have like a decent sized body that's kind of different.
Yeah, yeah, no, I think it's fine as is, to be honest. Yeah, as you say, decent body with like a helpful last gasp. Do you think you'd be able, like, hypothetically this card gets played, last gasp triggers, do you get to see the item before you equip it to a creature?
Yes, you would see the item.
Okay.
So that would help its the amount of variety that there is.
Yeah.
Is like hopefully you have at least a couple other things. So maybe you get like a kind of low roll by getting Daedric Dagger,
Mhm.
but you're like, hey, I have a 1/1 that can like go into this guard, so it's fine.
Yeah, yeah, and you're not stuck with Fork of Revelation on something that can't use it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh boy, the next one. I forgot about this one.
No, this is obviously a very serious card that should
Yeah,
probably
12
be in
cost.
the game.
A 12 cost 1/1. Of course, it's serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, lips or tail from the Lusty Archivist. If your opponent is using a male avatar, you just win.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I made this on April Fool's. And I can't remember where I got the art from, but yeah, kind of a joke card.
Yeah.
Someone said it's so strong. Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be no. A lot of people use the female avatars. I don't see that many people using the male ones.
Well, people would just stop using the male ones if this was a card.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that would be like, well, I'm gonna avoid that. That's not happening to me. It would happen to them one time, and they'll never do it again.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I totally forgot I made that. That's funny. All right, Master of Guilds, Oregonian Scout with 5/3. You can transmogrify her or enter her on turn 7. Yeah, but do you want to do that for a 12 cost 1/1? All right. So yeah, he has guard, ward, and drain. Kind of thought Scout could use like a kind of defensive body that can like help you get back in the game. That's like at a medium cost. To kind of add some variety to like maybe make a more mid-range Scout kind of decks instead of what you see now is like either super aggressive or control. Or it's goblins. Yeah, like so something to kind of spice it up. It's Master of Guilds, and he's like got the what's the name of that staff? This staff of Shalador or something
Staff
like
of
that.
Magnus.
Yeah, Staff of Magnus. So he's got that. He's got this Dragon Priest mask. He's got the Archmage's robes. It's supposed to be like your typical
do everything.
your typical Skyrim. Yeah, your character that does like a bunch of crap and they're like well traveled and they're like kitted out. That's why he has all these keywords.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea behind him.
Neth Dyer.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, this is a Easter egg in Oblivion. It's like a corpse that you can find, and it's based off of like one of the developers that are like one of the world designers in Oblivion. But I was like, hey, cool. Someone actually asked me to make this, so I did. And I was like, all right, well, he's already dead. He's a corpse, so I'll do some skeleton last gasp shenanigans. But yeah, he has the last gasp, but you look at the top 2 cards in your deck, you choose one to draw, and you discard the other. I think I came up with that because the whole, like, the Easter egg about it is that he has, like, the corpse in the game has, like, a note written to, like, his love, but it's actually, like, the developer writing a note to his, like, girlfriend or whatever. So, kind of cute. That's the idea behind that one. All right, new Kalpa. Yeah. I'm gonna take a drink before I go into this one. All right, so it cannot be duplicated. So you will banish after playing it. So you can't do any stupid Thrana things with it. So you will so when you play this, you shuffle all cards that are on the board in both players' hands, in the decks and the discard piles. So all the cards get put into 2 new decks. They get shuffled randomly, kind of like the one that we did earlier.
Hmm.
And then each player draws 4 cards. You get a new hand
Mhm.
to play with right after you do this. And yeah, I know Parthenax does the speech where he's like, well, Alduin is meant to end this Kalpa to begin a new one. And that's what they mean by like, oh, a new like world.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, so this is like the hard reset button. Like everything gets reset, everything that's died, everything that's been played, everything that's still in play, stuff that hasn't even been played yet. It's all just getting mashed together, and we're starting all over again.
Yeah.
And you're playing this on turn 12, so some crazy shit's probably gonna happen right after this.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a complete randomization, right?
Yeah, like within the 2 decks that both players bring, it's gonna randomize out of those.
Yeah.
But someone did also say it should also split the total life of both players. That'd be kind of fun too. Or just actually a hard resets both of you back to 30.
Back to 30. Yeah, back to 30 would probably make the most sense.
Yeah, and then someone said game 2, so it's like yeah, restarting. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is the parry card you were talking about.
Yes.
So yeah, Pact Duelist, obviously Ebonheart Pact. Again, more defensively statted, but they're closer together because he's a higher cost.
Hmm.
But yeah, so he has the veteran ability to gain parry, and then he will also draw a card. But the idea is that the parry ability will also allow him to draw a card.
Gotcha.
So yeah, he is gonna kind of suck because he has veteran. So he's gonna have to make that attack. He's gonna have to live. He's gonna take a little bit of damage probably, and it's gonna make it kind of harder for him to get more parries off in the future. But he has a pretty sizable attack stat that's gonna be kind of hard for someone to ignore, but also trade things into it.
Yeah.
So he will kind of get you a lot of good value in terms of a card draw.
Yeah, I know it does kind of demand an answer as well. It's not really the sort of thing you can just let your opponent have sitting on the board.
Yeah, like, because 6 damage is a lot. It kills a lot of
Yeah.
things, and it's also a lot of damage to face. So, like, your opponent is going to want to get rid of it, and the same problem that all these veteran cards have is, like, yeah, they just died of, like, so many actions. He kind of has that problem, too, but, and he comes down at a later point where there's more of that available, but it would probably honestly be fine. Yeah, 7's also like
Yeah.
a very specific. Some Alex said, yeah, 7's also like very specific. Like it's kind of hard to get rid of something with that much health.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's very solidly statted.
Yeah, poison bottle. All right. So I made this thinking about everyone who plays Skyrim eventually transitions into stealth archer. So that was my way of putting it in the game. So all the cards that are archers and they come down, they deal 1 damage. You can play this support, you activate it, you can do it 3 times. But any creature that says, literally in quotes, if it says summon deal 1 damage, they gain lethal on that turn.
Uh-huh.
So as soon as you play them, they get lethal and they can kill something. So even those 1/1 sharpshooter scouts can like start acting as a removal.
Uh-huh.
And I think that'd be kind of interesting for Archer to have. Would probably make some pretty interesting control Archer lists outside of the ones that like already do that. It'd probably be a good I don't know, buff towards them.
Yeah, you'd almost end up seeing some like Doomcrag Ebonheart,
Yeah, you would see that too.
as it would, plays together so well.
Other than the battle guy that you see in there, the 1/2.
Yes, true. That one isn't super relevant, but for the rest of them, it would.
Yeah. So you'd still have to be like pretty smart
Mhm.
about how you do it.
On a
And then we have
similar note,
Poison. Yeah, it's also a very similar thing. I feel like someone asked me to make this for some reason. I can't remember, but yeah, very kind of so it's honestly not that great because it's just 3 uses, give a creature lethal for a turn. Um, kind of meant to be like one of those cards you see in arena, like when you get your epic choice and one of them's prize chicken.
right?
So you're like, well, I'm not picking that. But so it's on the degree of being like kind of that bad. Like there's probably gonna be um better ones
Yeah,
that you could pick from, but sometimes it might be actually the best one that
the
you
best
have.
option. Yeah, gotcha.
So honestly, yeah, kind of a bad card.
Right.
I would probably make it cost like 5, if anything, if I wanted to change it.
Yeah, 5 sounds about right. I think if you were wanting to get it like perfectly balanced.
Yeah, because Alexa says like, why pay 7 Magica for 3 lethals when you could just play Spider Lair for infinite lethals? I bet you like that.
That is what Spider Lair is for.
All right, Riverhold
Riverhold.
Pyromancer.
Yeah.
So, she will deal damage to all creatures in this lane equal to the amount of actions you played this turn. So this is supposed to go in one of those very action-heavy decks, things that you would put like Crystal Tower Crafter in. But she's kind of gonna be like an end game thing, which is kind of weird because obviously she costs 4, so she could theoretically come down really early. But you have to you want to build up a lot of actions with her, like a lot of cheap actions, because then she could deal like an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah.
But that's not always going to be super easy to set up. So I think that would be like kind of the way of balancing her. You could do things like shoot a firebolt or two, play Fingers of the Mountain, and then play her on like your 10-12, and she will probably help like wipe out a whole lane.
Yeah, Market Assassin is an idea that people are talking about.
Yeah, Market Assassin, she would also be very good in that. And like, I know a lot of people don't like market decks, but like, I usually never have a problem dealing with them. So I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll give Market a card. Why not?
Yeah. Or the other idea is to give her breakthrough somehow.
Give her breakthrough or
and
drain.
then deal a bunch of damage to face because of that. But that would require a fair bit of setup, to be fair.
Yeah. Which is why I made her at 4, because that's not like a huge investment, but like, you still gotta be smart about how you spend that Magica to get her down eventually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Salmo the Baker. So this one also has a weird text thing, because the way it reads right now, it says transform a creature with equal power or less than Salmo the Baker. I was supposed to say transform them into a sweet roll.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, so another fun character from Oblivion that someone asked me to make a card for. So yeah, I was like, all right, this seems on brand. We already have the gourmet
Yeah.
in the card or in the game, so I was like, yeah, this would kind of add up towards that.
Yeah, no, I like the flexibility of the power as well, because if you put it in some sort of hand buff list or something, you could start doing pretty stupid things with it, but obviously, again, that requires a lot of setup.
Yeah, or like what I like about that thing, I think that people don't think about is like, okay, you have like cards like Cloud Resolutionist, like -4 is a lot to like reduce optic by, and this guy already has 4 power, so like you can combo this with her and get some pretty good like value out of. And someone says buffing Samo to be able to sweet roll Parthenax.
That's the goal.
That would be the dream.
Yeah.
Right,
Seasoned Adventurer.
Yeah, all right. So, probably not one of my best ones here. It's kind of meant to be like, kind of like the way Blue Claw Matron is kind of like a not super great. Like you don't want to spend 11 match go to play a 3/4 really,
No.
but she does give you like some utility because she is a legendary, so I wanted it to do something. So she'll put a firebolt, a steel sword, and a random elixir into your hand. All those elixirs are all supports. I thought about including the healing potion into it as well. That would probably be kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, idea is just that it's like, oh, it's just this adventurer that has a lot of they're wearing ebony armor, so they're high level.
Mm-hmm.
They're a high level character. They have a lot of things at their disposal, and they're just giving that to you.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Kind of a simple one.
Yep. Uh,
Blue Claw Matron's peak value. All right, yeah, and we have another shout.
another shout. So Stormcall.
Yeah, all right. So I did get other feedback on this that I liked. So I wanted this to be like a shout version of Ice Storm, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you know this, but they kind of specifically balanced the shouts to like I would say like I can't think of it. Unstoppable or no, Unrelenting Force is kind of balanced around the fact that like the first part of it or level 1 of it is worse than all the other unsummon abilities that there are that are at that cost.
Yeah.
Because it's like what unsummon a creature with 3 power or less. So
Something like that.
very
Yeah.
conditional, very conditional. Kind of sucks because the other ones that cost that just straight up unsummon something, or they even have prophecy in there, like better.
Mm-hmm.
So this is supposed to be Stormcall from Skyrim, where it just shoots random lightning bolts at like everything. So someone did say, "Hey, make this hit like random creatures." So like, there's a risk where you might hit your own guys. And I was like, "All right, I like that. Good flavor." So it would be that, but yeah. So level 1, deal 2 damage to all enemy creatures. So it's definitely a worse Ice Storm.
Yeah.
Level 2 would be deal 4 damage to a bunch of random creatures. Probably like I'll probably scale it as like 3, then 4, and then maybe after that it's like just totally random between the numbers of 4 to 8.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so now at level 2, it's kind of on par with Ice Storm because Ice Storm costs 6, deals 3 damage, blanket to everything. This one costs 2 more, it deals 1 more damage, but it's gonna hit like 4 random things. Might be opponents, might be your own guys,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And then the next one just scales up to 6 damage. So now it's strictly like an entirely different card. Almost getting to the level that the Red Ear is at, which costs 10 and is in a different color. So it's kind of like waiting in the middle, like right there, as being a different like utility option.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, next we have Umbriel Falls.
Mm. Based off the
This-
novel.
Yeah, I've never read it, but I know what it's about.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, this was to give the decks that really like wiping the board all the time, which is why this is in Willpower, because Dawn's Wrath. I always thought it was weird that there's not like hey, like destroy everything in a lane and also a support. Like the support removal is like always its own thing. It's like, okay, well, we could do like a board, like a complete like board reset, even including supports, because those are very hard to interact with for some decks.
Yeah.
But yeah, it costs 15 primarily because this is for sure like super control card, so it would probably be an Empire, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Up next,
Valenwood
Defender. Yeah, this one's I think kind of a simple one. Actually, I took the art. This is the way elves dress in the Divinity series.
Uh-huh.
So it's based off a Divinity elf, but the elves in that game are kind of like wood elf like. the way that they act. But yeah, summon, give another creature +3 and break through this turn. So, and it has guard, so it's decent stat. It has guard and it gives a buff somewhere else. So kind of a good mid-range option for any red-based decks. Maybe you want to do more of a mid Crusader, and this might be like a good defensive option that's kind of like on par with I'll say something in another color like Bone Colossus, where it's like kind of a big threat that's applying buffs and can help you close out a game.
Yeah, being both reach and defense. It's almost like a bigger, more cool gatekeeper.
Yeah, kind of on like a bigger version of it, like it's scaling up a little bit.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah, stronger, but yes, similar idea.
Next we have Villia. So for background, on my channel, I have a super modded playthrough that I've been doing. Well, I have to restart it, but one of the mods is it adds this character into the game as like a permanent like follower. And for Oblivion mods, it's actually like really like they basically made this girl like a Skyrim follower in Oblivion, so you can like mess with her inventory. You can tell her like what you want her to be good at. She levels up with you. So I included her summon ability to gain random attributes as a way to also help unite. So it's kind of like the painted trolls.
Yes.
So she'll get some combination. The game would probably be like, okay, it's gonna pick 1 to 3 how many attributes she's gonna get, and then it's gonna pick a random combination after it generates that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, potential for her to get 3 attributes, potential for it to just be 1. And then if she ever got unsummoned, it would probably just reset.
Reset to neutral.
Well, like in your hand, she would probably be different, but like as soon as you play her, she's just gonna get like new crap because it's summon ability.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I mean more unite stuff's always good.
Yeah. All right. The next one's kind of a lame card. It's like a pack filler kind of thing. Yeah, 2/5 that has Slay, gain +2/+1. Kind of something interesting. My big problem with Slay creatures is that, especially the ones that are like, it's like a 3/3 for 3. It's like, once it kills something like of any kind of value, it's kind of severely weakened.
Yeah.
And it's probably not going to stick around for much longer after it gets its Slay effect off. So I was like, all right, what if we made like a tanky Slay kind of thing that can still snowball? Obviously, like it is going to gain +1 health, but if it's taking out still things of like pretty good value, it's probably still not going to last quite as long. But hopefully, it has a way of sticking around a little bit longer because of that.
Yeah, the extra. The +2 power as well can be quite relevant, because a lot of Slay buff cards are +1 power.
Yeah, exactly. The next one's a 2-parter.
Yeah, so I'll start with Zombie Swarm.
Yeah, alright, so you play this action, you consume up to 8 creatures from both players' discard piles, and you summon all those consumed creatures as 3/3 zombies. And if you go to the zombie, it's just a vanilla 3/3. So the idea is just like there's nothing in the game that lets you consume an opponent's cards, and I was like, that could be like kind of interesting. Like you can take stuff out of their discard pile, you can do stuff, but like imagine having something where you consume like their Parthenax or whatever else, and you summon it as like now a zombie. So one, they don't have it, but now it's benefiting you. The way it would work, it was just like it would be like I would just say you would just select however many creatures you want to consume, and then it will spit out as many of them on your side as you can fit as these zombie guys. And I feel like there was a reason why I made them cost 4. For some reason, I don't know what the reasoning was, but probably something to do with like unsummoning. Like so that way, if like someone was able to deal with it in that way, like it's going to be kind of hard for you to come back from it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So would the zombies have the text of the consumed creatures, or are they literally just all vanilla 3/3s?
I've been on the fence on which way to go with that. I think
Right.
I would just leave them as vanilla 3/3s
Hmm.
because it could be pretty busted to get like uh these 4 cost 3/3 guys that have like, summon abilities of cards that cost 8, and you're getting like 5 or 6 of them
Yeah.
in one go.
Yeah. No,
Um,
absolutely.
yeah, so I would probably just leave them as vanilla 3/3s.
Yeah, that's fair. I think if you were going to do the text thing, I think you'd have to remove the ability to choose what creatures you're getting.
Yeah, it would have to be like a random kind of thing, like kind of the way Mechanart is.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's all of them, right?
Yes, because we did parry earlier. So, yep, that is all of the custom cards.
Yeah, you guys listen to me rant about all my crazy ideas that I would like to be in the game.
Oh, that's all right, man. A lot of these are really cool, and I could definitely see a lot of potential for things you could do in the game with them. Um, if we had them, obviously.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys in chat saying that they were good. I know. Every time Schward would like bring up one of my cards, it was always kind of cool to see everyone's like feedback on them, and I think it just goes to show that even though I don't really like card games, I think I know what a good card game should feel like when you're playing it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
maybe in a different timeline, I could have worked at a Bethesda and been working on this game.
Yeah. Well, in that timeline, just make sure they don't put invade in. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I think Invade honestly isn't that bad. I think there'd be a good way to it's a good idea.
Yeah, this is my
And
thing as well. Is the execution is just not right, but the concepts
yeah,
could definitely work.
there's just a better way to pull it off.
Yeah.
Because that was like my draw when I first got into the game. I was like, oh, this deck is cool. Like you're playing as like a bad guy. You're summoning demons and you're buffing them all. I was like, yeah, it's cool. But then you start playing the game where you're like, oh wow, that's like it's not fun. It's the way it ends up playing every game. It's not fun.
No, not really at all. But should have, would have, could have. Yeah.
Yeah, Zenimax should definitely change their mind because I have a big thing against the way games are now, kind of in general.
Hmm.
Because even though this game doesn't really feel like it's a live service game, it basically is. Um, it's just this game came out before like battle passes and stuff were like a big deal. So and like seasonal kind of things that like new games do now, but it's such a terrible model to do because like if you ever shut the game down, then like people lose like all their content that they either worked really hard to get or they paid money for.
Yes.
It's kind of a shitty thing to do, and a lot of companies are doing that very recently. And I'm also very annoyed because the other main game that I'm playing right now is the new Mortal Kombat that came out last year,
Hmm.
and even that game very recently, like it got found out that they're probably going to cancel like any more development on it, and it's only been out for like a year.
Yeah. What?
And the only reason why they're doing that is because the new DLC that just came out didn't sell as well as they thought it would. So NetherRealm Studios makes the Mortal Kombat games, but they're published by Warner Bros. So Warner Bros is the one saying, yeah, Warner Bros is the one saying, no, it didn't sell as well. You guys stop working on this game. Even though it's generating money, it's not doing as much as we want. So just start working on the next thing. And the actual game developers, they wanted this game to like be developed and worked on for like 4 years. They wanted it to be like their longest supported game.
Yeah.
So it really, I especially when I probably honestly I kind of had an early warning that this might be happening soon, but I didn't see it at the time because I can tell, or I'm pretty sure people at Bethesda that actually like maintain this game, especially when you think about the fact that like CVH is the community manager for this game, and he like loves this game. Because I reached out to him when I did my tournament, and I was like, 'cause I was like, hey, I want to work out how you get rewards to people that win. How does that work? And he flat out said he was like, "Oh, this isn't the only game that I'm working on right now." So some blah blah blah, and I was like, "That's kind of weird." Like that he got hired as a community manager for this game, but like now he's not primarily on this game.
Mhm.
So I kind of had an early warning, but yeah. As Alex said, Stop Killing Games initiatives ongoing. Um, an EU petition. If I could somehow get that, that'd be nice. I'll sign that. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's frustrating because like kind of like what I said in my video, it's like yeah, I spent money on this game, not like not super frequently, but like every few months I would spend $60 on it because I'm like yeah, I like this game, I'll keep supporting it, and it helps me get to my full premium collection a little bit faster. Um, and some people will probably say like, hey, that's a stupid thing to do, but it's like even with this new Mortal Kombat game, they're pumping out like a lot of like new stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll spend $5 on that every now and then.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're over here like having this live service. It's a product that people one day initially they paid a lot of money on just to have it, and now you have people that do continually put money into it and helping you, and you're not even making a way for it to be permanently accessible. At least with those games, the most you lose once they kill the servers is like the online functionality. You can at least still play those games. So, if anyone at ZeniMax is listening, you guys should totally take the next few months to at least implement that. That is something that very important that I wanted to say. Again, I'll keep reiterating that.
Yeah, I mean, even just some sort of peer-to-peer system would, like, be, infinitely better than not having access to the game at all in any capacity.
Yeah, because exactly what I said earlier, like I am someone who like I do kind of hate playing online with people.
Yeah, so me
there's
too.
Yeah, like there's times where I'm like, I'm just gonna play solo arena against the AI, and I'm gonna have fun tonight doing that. And if I could at least still do that, I would be totally fine with what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty shitty that, like, people who have spent, a decent chunk of money on this are basically just losing that completely.
Yeah. I was gonna let me see. I have a funny deck because it's called my Shiny Dagoth because it's when I was basically making decks based off of like only cards that I had a premium of. So now I can technically do it all the time, but this is what it looked like initially.
Yeah.
This is what I had as of a month ago.
Let me just find something I want to play.
The tournaments were always well used. For money tournaments. I don't know what they mean by that. The person in chat that like said that about tournaments, I don't know what they mean by that.
Like possibly having an entry fee to the tournaments?
Maybe, but I would also say like if there was a way to do it for like content creators, like when I would like if I hosted a tournament, having people put money into it, and then maybe part of that goes to a ZeniMax for them to help fund it. But like typically, I think when any content creator like does a tournament, I think a lot of people usually typically like go to it and they enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you gonna be doing Night Dark Wolves hosting one in like the last week of the game? Are you looking at and being involved with that?
I'm thinking about it. I did his last one, and he knocked me out in the first round.
Oh, rough.
Yeah. What's frustrating is that I wanted to do another tournament, either at the end of this year, so like around this time frame is when I would have done it, because last time I did one, I also did it during the fall time. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll look into doing it now. But a lot of other people are like doing tournaments, So I'm kind of in the mindset of like enough other people are doing it, and I also um, kind of have too much going on in life to be able to uh, organize all that because I did a 16-man tournament and I had to step in to fill out a slot, and so did my wife actually.
Right.
Um, so it's kind of a huge undertaking, especially when you get people like Warlock from Russia, and there's another guy from like Greece. You're like dealing with all these time zone differences,
Ready to join the circle.
and it's kind of hard to manage that when you also have an 18-month-year-old.
True. Yeah, I can imagine that probably does not make things easy.
Yeah, luckily last time I did have a lot of people that were able to record their own games, so it definitely helped because there was actually um, a pretty big hiccup with the last one because my son and wife both like got the flu in the
Right.
middle of it. So I was like, oh, cool. Like I missed like 2 sets of games in the very first round because we were like in urgent care. I'm
Yeah.
like, well, tell me how it goes, and I hope you all record it, and we'll figure it out. Let's see.
There will be sweet
Here,
news of this one tonight.
all right, I think we're good. I think we're good. Unless you do something crazy. You're always doing something crazy though, so I might be screwed.
I do my best.
Do you seek?
Monets, huh? All right. All right. That's not ominous at all.
No, I would never have anything complicated and nefarious up my sleeve.
Yeah, you totally wouldn't be searching for a very specific card
Not at
right
all.
now.
Not at all. Okay. We can do something like that.
I will end.
Oh yeah, okay. So you pay $5, and the winners get most of it. Some to the host. I feel like the host. I feel like the host doesn't even really need the money because the way I see it is you're at least the way that I would view it if I was in that position. That's like I'm just making content that people are going to enjoy watching. Like I don't need to get paid for that. If people enjoy it, then that's fine. So I would say if anything, the money should go to like whoever's funding the game.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, it's Daddy Day off.
This list is not equipped to deal with that. Like, at all.
If I fall this day, may I be sad.
And I'm not finding what I'm looking for. Awesome.
Just dagger him to death, dude.
Ah, I should have thought of that.
Such a grand and intoxicating innocence.
Yeah. How could you kill a god?
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Oh, what do I do here?
Yeah, so there isn't really any any cohesion in this because it was just things that I had as premium when I made it.
That's fair. That's enough cohesion, right? Okay.
Got him.
Very messy answer, but that's an answer.
And boom.
Ah, I just drew the piece I needed! Alright, fair
I kind
enough.
of had to play it smart because someone in Dana was or someone in NPO Dana was watching me. I'm like, all right, I gotta not be an idiot.
Yeah. No, they were dual watching.
Yeah, critiquing me.
Um,
Because I know if I didn't do that, he'd be like, "You miss lethal."
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
always does, he always does that.
Gotcha. Um, we might do one more, and then I might wrap it up there. Um, I'm
Yeah,
just thinking
sounds good
about
for me.
how long the YouTube video will end up being. Um,
Yeah, it'll be a pain to edit, I'm sure.
it's not too bad. I don't cut much from the interviews. Um, but there are a couple of things I'll need to snip out. What's a good list to end on?
Depending on what you pick, I'll try to pick something that'll be exciting for it to go against.
It'll probably be something silly. Shockingly.
Yeah, on brand.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I'm actually gonna. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna modify the list slightly. Because it was one I made when I did not have a full collection.
I find it kind of wild that people are not just all running full premium decks.
I mean, I guess if you don't care about the time to take to get full premium, then fair enough,
Yeah,
I
well,
guess. But
like I can kind of get behind the people that are like brand new to the game, and like it would just take forever to get every card premium. But like, I mean, yeah, even though I was like maybe 30 to 40% of the way there.
mhm.
It still took like a few hours. Um, I could see that like being a huge oh, like I don't want to do that. But I feel like most people that like I've been running into a lot of people that like I've ran into before. So I'm like, you guys should be like having full premium collections by now.
Yeah, yeah, you'd think so if they've been going for a while. Right. This one, this one, this one.
So what did you pick? What is the idea? You have to tell me specifically what it is.
Oh, you want to know exactly what I'm doing?
No, no, I don't want to know exactly what you're doing, but like,
It's a combo OTK thing.
okay, I'll try to pull one as well.
All right.
If I have one saved, should. I don't want to do Steeler Secrets though. It's kind of boring. All right, fuck it. We'll do this. You've seen it before, so it shouldn't be a huge shock.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I don't want any of these against this. I'm just in a race against time, effectively.
All right. Dang, give me something that I can at least play.
My pulses are quicker than your eyes.
Oh wow.
Oh no,
Too slow.
I don't like the sound of that.
Well, to be fair, you just gave me a giant creature that I won't be able to play probably ever.
Given what you're doing, I don't think I need that.
Nice try. Care to go again?
Hmm.
Mud crab merchant.
Okay, that's better.
Mouth paws.
Oh, perfect.
That's even better too.
Oh.
Have another.
Not trying to scare you, but I got two 1 costs of different colors.
Ah,
I smell the
shit.
scent of the living.
That doesn't. Uh-huh. kind of need to take that though.
Talking mud-crab merchant. Read my lips.
Yep, we'll take that.
Mouthpaw.
Um,
Too slow.
have to take that.
Dang, I really want to play that right now.
A few drinks, a few laughs, and a contest. What could be better?
I also don't want you to draw any more cards, so if you could stop doing that, that'd be cool.
Okay, I'll try not to. Okay, I can do this.
Hey, you said.
Oops.
Actually, yeah, we'll hold on to that.
My paws are quicker than your eyes.
Oh, damn you. Just draw more cards. Okay, we're looking kind of good now.
Oh. What if you just stopped looking kind of good and just like
I don't know about that one, buddy.
transformed your whole hand into neutral? That would be a good idea.
Too slow.
Okay, let me get this out. Yep, that's fine. And I'm actually going to... no, I'll wait. Just play that.
Okay. Damn, stop giving me that shit. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
No! Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay. We are getting there very slowly.
Damn. Randomize that again.
Oh, okay. Just so it gets more shuffled.
Yeah. I didn't get what I wanted off the top one, so I gotta restart that.
Let's go. I will. Nice try. Care to go again?
Can you stop killing my stuff?
Nope.
Can't do that.
No, none of those I really want either. Man. I'm not drawing optimally here.
The Mages Guild gave this
The Black Hand sees
Okay,
all.
those are fine. Oh, do you have it?
I kind of do, but it's not gonna be easy. Really? 2 hours?
Do that. Do that.
That's rough. That's
Do
rough.
that. No cards for you.
So, so like, you know how I said, okay, you stop
Oh.
killing stuff?
Okay, that's fine. Oh god. That's a
Yeah,
problem.
get rid of that one.
Okay. What do I do here? I need to do this.
Read.
Oh goddamn, he's gonna get rid of it. Goddamn, he's gonna get rid of it.
Yep.
I smell the stench of the living.
Come on. No whammies, no whammies.
Double green. Or green and blue.
So like, It gave me willpower. It gave me willpower earlier.
Yeah.
And I really wanted it to give me willpower again.
Ah, I see. Ooh, that's good to know. I'll take it. You get rid of that. Do that, I guess. I don't know.
You're being real annoying.
Good, good.
Alright, no whammies, no whammies.
Oh no. Okay.
What?
Red.
Dude, anything other than
That
strength.
kills it. Shit.
Okay, so what did I get?
I think you're missing
Um,
purple.
Yeah, I am missing purple. Because it gave me 2 fucking strength items.
Get rid of that. We're gonna do this. This is, yeah, that's where that's coming from.
No! I needed that one.
My paws are quicker
I needed that one specifically.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, look. It strikes again.
Oh, hell yeah. Annoying.
Of all the things it could have given me, it gave me a neutral.
Don't give me an answer. That's not an answer.
Will not be rid of me that easily.
That's really
What the hell are you trying? What the hell are you trying? Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh wait.
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Come on. Come on.
Come
Don't
on.
fail me now.
Come on.
Round 2, don't fail me now.
Come on.
I feel like you really need this, and I can't stand for that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Dude, I literally have like been needing just one color, but you keep like killing shit and making me have to switch what color I need.
Where are you getting? Okay, hang on, I need to work out what's got what.
Only the hulking scaler and Maricat Maricat items.
Yeah, okay.
Boo.
Too speak if one only listens.
So that's why you've been discarding crap.
Huh?
So that's why you've been discarding crap.
What do you mean? You have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm probably dead on this turn, I think. I feel like I'm gonna die here.
Possibly.
Nice try. Care to go again?
Okay, let me think. What have I got in here? So you're missing... Oh, you're missing purple and yellow, right? Unless you've got it in hand, obviously.
Walk.
I have the yellow in hand, yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. I need
Ah,
one
you
more
bastard.
turn. Come on.
It's giving me everything but purple.
Why would you kill that? Done literally nothing wrong.
It existed.
Ugh. I could just kill you, but that's not what we're here for.
There's no fun in that.
That's what I'm saying. Security, yo. Right. Cheddar conflicted over who they're supposed to be supporting.
Come on. I just need a purple card. Come on.
I think I might be able to do it. If what's in my list is what I think it is.
Are you listening to me? You better be.
Oh god, that's that.
Well,
It's that.
for a grand total of 6 damage.
Nice try. Care to go
Yeah.
again?
Good game. Fuck.
Yeah, GG. Man,
Oh.
that damn purple card.
Yeah,
Never showed
man. You just, it seemed like you just kept switching what attribute you needed as well.
Yeah, well, like I had a Descendant of Alkosh, so I had a one Magica like willpower card that I could just play at any point. But I was like, damn, I just really need a purple card.
Yeah.
Just anything.
Yeah, gotcha. Oh,
But yeah, the mage deck I played earlier was a Thorana.
yeah.
So love to see it when it does happen.
Yeah. Admittedly, I only had to deal 6 damage and had a lightning bolt and an ice spike, but whatever.
Yeah, you have to do it the right way.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Alrighty. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good spot to end things off. Thank you very much for coming on.
Hey, thank you for having me.
That's all right.
I really love collaborating with other people, and the fact that you were like, "Hey, yeah, come on," I was pretty excited about that, and been fun.
Awesome.
So
Yeah, no, it was great. I was great having you on.
yeah, appreciate it on the chat too. You guys are all cool.
Some of them are alright. Alrighty, well, thanks again for coming on. If anyone wants to check out Vincenzo's stuff, all the relevant links will be, if you're watching this on YouTube, they will be in the description, and if you're watching this on Twitch, then it's on the screen right now. Yeah, thanks again for coming on, man. It was great chatting with you.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too.